Hello, good afternoon, and welcome along to what could well be a golden Friday of sport. The Paris Olympics is winding down to its conclusion, and Week 10 is winding down to its conclusion here at the Modus Super Series. But forget about Week 10, it was all about the flashing nines last night as Marvin van Velzen pinned perfection in our Group B session. Well, Glenn Dunn was enjoying that at some far-flung airport somewhere in Germany. Great to see you back on terra firma. Great to see you back here. First and foremost, Marvin van Velzen, take a bow.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, on Monday morning, I think a few eyebrows were raised when I suggested that Marvin van Velzen would win the week. I thought he was excellent value. If you look at him, he's playing really well, but he's very excitable. I think some of the players are like, Marvin, will you be quiet? Imagine him now with a 9-darter under his belt. He's going to be unbearable.
Well, unbearable, you'd know what that's like. Right, let's have a look at that 9-darter from Marvin yesterday evening. He's been brewing up to a big moment, hasn't he, for a while?
Now, like I said, he's playing on the development tour. Very recently beat Thomas Banks. He's a very, very capable player. And what I liked about him is that he's getting used to the Modus stage. And when that one goes out, and when you're going back, you'll just see him there. That little deep thought, because the 7th start on the 9's the most difficult. Now you get really excited. Now the heart rate is going. You just look at that double 12 and it's all in the mind and absolutely plumb. And that realisation, what he's done, I fully expected him to jump across the stage because that's the type of guy he is. Great player, a great moment.
Well, 13 is lucky for Marvin van Velzen. He gets the baker's dozen in terms of 9-darters here at the Super Series. Conor Heenahan and Steve West with a couple. Obviously, Fanny Sherritt was the first ever female player to hit a 9 when she got hers against Adam Nixon. Some lad called Coles hit one. Don't know what he's ever done since. And of course, how can we forget Leonard Gates' one against Martin Thomas as well? Any standouts in terms of those 9-darters for you?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Conor Heenahan was the name, he was synonymous to the 9 at Modus as well, so let's not forget about that. But I really enjoyed the Steve West way he turned around, because he actually told you on the day he was going to do one, so there's been some terrific moments, and once again just highlights the standard here at the Modus Super Series.
Just looking at that graphic, that looked like the formation Bo are going to play tomorrow, isn't it, against Swansea?
Yeah, it was a very attacking formation, but yeah, it looked really good, and like I said, just a real testament to the quality that we have.
Well, let's have a look at today's action. Group C is our centre of attention. We have co-leaders overnight, Conan Whitehead and Adrian Gray leading the way. Let's begin with Conan, because Group A didn't quite go to plan for him. However, a former champion that he is, you expected a reset on Thursday, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, like I say, he didn't panic. Like I say, he can have all the attributes in the world and, and all the skills and that. And one thing that Conan has is he doesn't panic. He's a massive scorer. And like I say, when his finishing is going like this as well, the 1-5-6 against the luckless Matt Cast, really. But Conan has that in the locker. What impressed me was, after his Group A campaign, he didn't panic.
Adrian Gray also on 8 points overnight. He's a player every single time he comes here, Adrian. Seems to have a good record, always seems to qualify for a Saturday. He's one of those players that looks like he's building up to doing something tangible here. Yeah,
I was very interested in Adrian Gray, and as much as I might hold my hand up and say excellent over what I said about Marvin van Velzen, I didn't give Adrian the chance. He looks good. Like I say, real big on the soft tip, which we'll get across as well on the Super Series. And I thought he was terrific yesterday in this, this 130, to keep him involved in a game where, he could have lost that game with Mike Gillet. It just sort of went his way. Very reminiscent of Conan Whitehead, who had a couple of games which could have gone the other way. They're the two sat really pretty right now.
Well, this is how the table looks going into the final day's play as far as Group C is concerned. As we mentioned, Whitehead and Gray both on 8 points. Croft, Gillet and Cass on 4. They're not out of it, but they're going to need quick starts today.
Yeah, Joe Croft, it's all about the doubles this week. Again, we'll try and highlight that in comms. Mike Gillet is one of the nicest players. You just want good people to do well. He'll open up with his first game. That must win. But as much as I like to say good things about people, let me just say I'm extremely disappointed in Stefan Belmont. Stefan Belmont should be getting through Group A. Stefan Belmont should certainly be getting through Group C. Stefan Belmont should be lifting the title on Saturday night. That's how good he is. But those transferable skills from beating Cameron Menzies, the Brendan Dolans of this world, he's looked a little laboured at times. I've been disappointed with Stefan.
Let's just quickly pick up on that, because there's a bit more of a general point, right? We've seen players who are high up in the Challenge Tour of Merit struggling this series. The only exception to that rule is Connor Scott. Why do you think that is?
Well, there's no reason because, I mean, the floor players versus stage players, I guess there's no crowd here. There's so many, like I say, transferable skills that people should bring that confidence from the challenge to this stage. Some people it's the highlight of the year to be at the Modus Super Series and they build themselves up like a Conan Whitehead. But yeah, it's just there's no rhyme or reason. I just think it's the attributes, it's in the heart. Sometimes a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of fight, and at times, like I said, Stefan's just strolled around their hockey when. I'm not the player who dived about myself, but I just wanted to see a bit more from him.
Well, these are the odds then for this session. No surprise, Conan Whitehead goes off favourite. Agent Gray, second favourite, 6-5. Then they're on in. Everybody is quite a high price. It is 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Friday afternoon. And it's going to be an intriguing session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we are about to get underway. The race for tomorrow night is very much on. And you can join us as well on a Saturday evening. Game one sees Matt Cast and Joe Croft go toe-to-toe. Two players who are on 4 points in the group. The victor will move on to 6 and will keep Whitehead and Gray guessing as far as the top two are concerned. And they will take on Mike Gillet and Stefan Belmont and their respective openers. So there is a possibility that even though there's a bit of a gap now, that come the end of the first round, there could be a bit of a bunch up as far as this group is concerned. Matt Cast for Milton Keynes, ADC Southeastern London belt holder, the MK Don. They will be kicking off their League 2 campaign of the weekend, and heavy favourites to go on to win that league up against Joe Croft, the 31-year-old from Cheshunt. Twice a championship tour winner in 2024. However, his objective here and now is to make it through to a first finals night here at the Super Series. It's not been the happiest of hunting grounds for Crofty, but he is hoping that when it's lights out and away we throw, he will be crossing the checkered flag in one of the podium positions, which would progress him through to tomorrow night's finale. Well, it's nice to be in the company of a legend of the game. Yes, 59. Jack Garr was refereeing, and I'm up here with Glenn Durrant.
Just 47 seconds today, Henry. My mentor, 59. Apparently. But late yesterday afternoon, it was a really important win for Joe Croft. Just keeps him involved. I haven't given up the belief that he can still do well this week. He's had a funny old week. I mean, at times he's looked a little petulant when he's been losing games and storming off the stage. But the frustration is with him because of his missed doubles. Because he has that ceiling. He has an average of over 101 for the week against Conan Whitehead. It just needs to hit doubles. His scoring's been fine, 83. As demonstrated in the maximum.
When I say I mentored Glenn, I told him everything he didn't have to know about, everything that he doesn't do when it comes to commentate.
85.
Such as mess that sentence up. But Croft isn't making a mess of this first leg. Down to 177 after 9. And after that visit from Cast has wrestled
28.
the throw back into his favour. An unforced error on the setup play there for the MK Don. And he's opened up a counter-attack opportunity for the man from Cheshunt.
57.
Well, it's the first round of fixtures here, and that's a tie which has very much a feel of an FA Cup first round.
I know as part of you mentoring me that you often talk about
59.
the fact that players aren't
Joey
always
require
out.
120.
And I just think if Joe Croft can get over the winning line, or Matt, as he looks at this 120 finish, just tops for the first one. This has been the Achilles heel,
100.
remember.
Matt,
And
you
I just
require
sense that if that
132.
trend continues, that you might see that in his demeanour.
Number 19 would have left the bullseye, so Croft is back for double 10 now.
60.
The story of Monday
Joey
and Tuesday was
required
Tops
20.
wasn't a friend to him. However, double 10 did give him a bit of joy. Is it going to give him joy here? Yes, is the
It's on
answer.
the
Last
first
time
leg,
hand.
Joe
And
Croft.
Croft breaks.
Oh, I like that fist pump at the end as well. That's what I've been looking for. And the point I was trying to get across
Second
there,
leg. It's Joseph
the winner of this
first.
game, when they walk through
Game
to the
on.
Players' Lounge, there's a TV just before they walk in, and the league table is there. If they can just see that all of a sudden they're only
60.
2 points behind the top two, might just give them that momentum to kick on today.
Well, Joe Croft picked up 2 wins. His legs difference was 0 overnight. As
100.
for Matt Cast, not just does he have to win games, he may have to win some by margins because he kicked off the day on 4 points, -7 in terms
58.
of legs difference. Croft won this fixture 4-2 yesterday with an 81.5 average, and that was despite missing 14 darts at a double. His overall daily stats, well, they're kind of reminiscent to the
60.
rest of the week in the respect that his overall daily average was 82.27 and 14 hits from 72 attempts. That equates to a
100.
overall doubles hit percentage of just 19.
Yeah, just Thomas Lovely with a worse doubles average, but Thomas has only played 4
140.
games this week. This man in your picture and addressing the hockey has played 20 legs of darts. So he'll know. I was chatting with him this morning, but you don't want to mess with a player's mind.
100.
I mean, he said not only is he missing doubles, he's just hitting the wire as well. But I think if Joe watches this back, the one thing I'm disappointed is just his head could go down. And that,
84.
Henry, went down from the very first match. A match he was in total control of against CONAN Whitehead on day 1, lost the game, and I don't think he ever recovered from that.
135.
Looks a bit fresher
Matt, you
this
require
morning.
117.
And it's hoping that Cars hasn't got a 117 in the locker. Trouble 19. Would have given him a dart at tops, and so Croft will
45.
return for 48
Joey
to
require
double his
48.
lead and back the breakup which he accrued in the previous. Double 16, 2 in hand. Well, that's decimated the ring.
32. Matt, you
Well, there's
require
going to be some running repairs
72.
after that, that's for sure. Needs to level up and get the break back.
It'd be typical of Croft's week this week.
52.
I think Matt Cash, you could just
Joey
see there in his
requires
eyes.
16.
I think he really fancied that. Croft gets another opportunity in the previous leg. He took it, and that's plumb bang in the middle.
Joe Croft.
Loving the fist pump, Joe.
It's looking controlled, isn't it, from Crofty? 2-0 to the good. The average 81,
Third
that's mainly
leg, it's
because
Matt
his
to throw
doubles are
first.
2 from 7. Actually, if you look at this game, it's very much a match where scoring power takes on doubles efficiency because Joe Croft's scoring was much better than that of Matt
140.
yesterday because he had more attempts at double. In matter of fact, over the course of the day yesterday, Joe Croft
60.
had 47 more attempts at a double than Matt Cast. Cast 40%, 10 out of 25 on the doubles compared to the 14 out of 72 of Joe Croft. So Matt will know if he
41.
can just score proficiently enough, he may get opportunities. In this game, following the pattern where Croft is missing, but is not being punished for those misses.
Yeah, I've been following Matt
42.
on the challenge too. I mean, he has got a win over Andreas Harrison, and anyone who can get a win over the Super Swede must be playing well. But when he's come up against the Conan Whiteheads, the Stefan Belmonts, the Darryl Pilgrims,
140.
the Connor Scutts, the Adam Lipscombs, he's fallen short there. So I think Matt he's just that little bit of a crossroads right now. Incredible experience when you're here at the Modus
140.
Super Series. But his job now is to take those mid-70s to early 80s, mid-80 averages to then the next echelon to reach that 90 average and winning games. And it doesn't come easy, but you've just got to keep believing.
Well, he's left himself 80 after a dozen, and he's going to get time
26. Matt,
to execute. He's going to get 6 darts to execute because Croft's not on the scene in leg 3. Not that he needs to be, because he's already got the break that he needed. So this is just to reduce the deficit back down to 1. And reduce it back down to 1 he will. His second dart a double, his first hit. Croft, though, 2 onto the good and has the darts to re-establish that 2-leg gap.
It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, well done, Matt. You're back in the game now. It's a lovely finish. You know, most of the time you're going to get a dart or a double. Like I said, to put it away first dart, it puts him back in this game. And that's well thrown darts, lovely and smooth last dart there. The second one, despite the fact it went in the treble, but he used that first dart, and that is perfect. That first dart,
108.
absolutely, and that's why it's critical to where they're doing now before they throw the dart. Get the balance, get your pre-throw routine, use that first dart as a guide, as shown in diagram B.
Suddenly we are coming up to the boil in this contest. As we reach the midway point.
100.
Big last dart that for Croft, because Cast here is threatening the break of throw. And this would return the game back to 2 apiece after Croft sailed into a 2-love lead.
90. Joe, you require 136.
Yeah, doing fantastically well on the ADC is Joe Croft. Not brilliant, not where I thought he'd be on the challenge tour. Like I said, very similar careers at the moment, the pair of them.
Matt, you require 91.
Good leg of dart here from Matt Cast.
Attacks it. And was looking for treble 16 with dart 2, which would have given him a dart at tops if he'd found. And so for Croft, it may just be a dart at the bullseye here to open up that 2-leg gap again. Middle of the diddle. Does not solve the riddle.
45. Matt, you require 56.
Cast was 2-0 down in this match. 14 darter there, brings it back to 2-2. And you have to say that he's really up the levels. He's brought his average up to about 88.2.
5th leg, it's Matt.
As for Joe Croft, well, this must feel like his weeks being summarised in one match.
Yeah, good point, Henry. It's exactly what I'm thinking. You can see him deep in thought, because after 2 legs, he was just showing the type of positivity we've been searching for this week.
60.
Well, fair play to Matt Cass. This has been a terrific response. A 2-0 down. I did fear that it was going to be one-way traffic.
125.
This has turned out to be a real tidy start to the day. An enthralling day. Conan Whitehead, Adrian Gray there in prime position. And Adrian Gray is up next against
58.
Mike Gillet. A match I just feel Mike Gillet cannot lose. So, yeah, a really exciting day ahead.
Did you know that Tom Grennan wrote a song about Mike?
55.
Tom who?
Grennan.
Who's he?
Singer.
Groovy.
This is not going to work.
I've heard of Mariah
99.
Carey.
Yeah, Tom Grennan wrote a song for a famous shaving advert, and it was courtesy of Mike, because Gillet, the best a man can get. That was really worth spending half a leg trying to...
Yeah. If you're watching
81.
Chris Murphy, if you can get back ASAP.
Do you want me to leave?
Is this something else you're teaching me then? I've got to learn about Tom Grennan then.
97.
If you want to get, groovy with it, down with the trumpets.
Crikey. Stick to the darts. And thankfully again, it's been a terrific leg from both. This is right in the balance, this one. Joe Croft might be the bullseye again. It'll be the 14 to start. It is the bullseye. The red carpet's not 50. To be there for Joe Croft. Matt Cast has been immaculate at the back end of legs. You'd expect him to get a dart. I'll say that dart now might be bullseye.
From 2-0 down. Matt Cast has missed a dart to move in front, and so Joe Croft comes back. Double 17, and he goes straight for it. And now decides to split for double 16.
2.
And this game is
Might
slipping
require
away from
25.
Crofty brick by brick.
Yeah, it's a little shaken of the head because as a dart player, you think, today's a new day. Surely I can't have the problems on the outer ring as I've had all week. And Cast, I said, has been
21.
immaculate at the back end of the legs, but
Jury
just when you
require
start
32.
thinking I'm now going to win the leg, win the match. To go one away,
Game
Joe
shot on the
Croft
5th flag. Joe
has got
Croft.
away with one. I have to say, Henry, he wasn't getting that rub of the green this week when he was missing the opportunities. The opponents were taking them. He
Sixth
has to
flag,
win
it's
5
Joe
out of
for
5. That
first.
has to be the plan today
Game
for
on.
Croft. But he has to tidy those doubles up.
This game has an air and a feel of pretty much an elimination match, in which the loser of this game
29.
is going to find it very hard work, because the maximum they'll be able to then get to is 12 points, and you would imagine Whitehead and Gray would get to that total at some point. And you also have to
134.
put in the equation that the pair will also have a significant lead in terms of the legs difference, both beginning the day on +7.
58.
See, when you're not talking about Gillet, the best the man can get, I mean, you put some sound analysis there.
40.
Follow me, kid. I'll take you to the top.
Or delayed flights in Cologne Airport.
60.
Great to see the live chat as well. We'll try and get any questions that you have for me or Henry. Anything about the Modus Super Series. I've got the man next to me who has a photographic memory on any questions that you
100.
might have, or anything to do with the world of darts, anything technically about your own game. Come and join us on that.
Very well, welcome everybody, particularly those that are
55.
wearing your Spider-Man pyjamas on this Friday afternoon. However, Matt Cast is looking to awaken and send this game to
43.
a 7th and deciding leg, but that slip means he's not on a finish. Croft can only really counter with a 2-treble turn here.
Well, he scored 29, 58, 60 and 55, trying to serve out for the game, Joe Croft.
60.
Yeah, once again, the eyebrows are raised, and Matt Cast, dare I say, is he favourite for this match. He might be a leg down, but he's stolen the darts. Would have the darts in the last.
Although you would say it's
44.
been a game that actually having the throw has been a little bit academic. In matter of fact, holds of throw have been rarer than breaks of throw in this contest. Croft broke in leg 1, held in leg 2, Cast broke back in leg 3,
25.
held in leg 4, Croft
You
broke in the
require
last.
140.
Cast has got 6 from here to break in leg 6. Lovely guide for a treble. And now go big.
100.
He's going to leave himself tots to take us all the way in this first game of the day.
Yeah, first real time I've seen Matt sort of up close and personal. Quite like what I'm seeing, actually.
84. Might you require 40.
And to go the distance. Joe Croft
20.
never watched any of those darts because
Jury
typical this
require
week,
130.
he's just expecting to then start the next leg. It's an opportunity. It's a difficult one. But he's on for it, Joe.
Chased the treble and paid the price. He elected to attack because that first dart on the treble was so good, and so as
84. Might you
a
require
consequence,
20.
not giving himself an opportunity at the ball. Cast 3 in hand a double 10, and he's bursted
No
into the
score.
double 15, and Croft will get a second
Jury
chance.
require 46.
And that's what this match has been all about. Joe Croft has had a torrid week on the doubles, and his opponents have punished. This time he's got 2 darts.
Game
In a
shot
competition
and the
where you
match.
feel he has to
Joe
go
Croft.
5 out of 5 today, Joe Croft, by hook or by crook, got there in the end. Good signs for Matt Cast, but just when he needed it most, his dart and his double sort of let him down. It's a sigh of relief there for Joe Croft. It wasn't about the averages. It was a sense that Joe Croft has put himself into a clear 3rd position, can now look at those top 2, go back, reflect, and as we move on to game 2, it's Adrian Gray against Mike Gillet.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Joe Croft got off to a good start on this Friday, getting the better of Matt Cast by 4 legs to 2. Seconds out, game 2, and we're going to watch Mike Gillet in action, and he is going to take on Adrian Gray, who seemingly has this nigh on impeccable record when it comes to the Super Series. His previous appearances tend to usually herald a Saturday night appearance. Some semi-finals in there as well. Appeared in Series 6, made the semi-finals. Series 7 made the semi-finals. And those are his only 2 previous appearances here. And so he's looking to keep up what is a very good record here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the 43-year-old from St Leonards-on-Sea, made the last 32 of the World Championships. And he's looking to be the conqueror of Week 10. Up against Mike Gillet, the 40-year-old from Porthcawl in Wales, now based in and around the Chandler's Ford region of the country, former weekly winner. Nicknamed Gilly. I wonder why he's nicknamed Gilly. There's nothing that's suggesting to me as to why he'd be nicknamed that. But the teacher is on the oche, and he's hoping to teach the rest of the field a bit of a lesson.
First leg, it's Adrian to throw first.
Lots of these players are playing regular on the Challenge Tour. So I've been, Adrian Gray, Henry, is someone who, when I went over to the PDC, he was probably having his torrid time. He was the kind of player where you could see the confidence had been kicked out of him. He was playing very, very slow at the time as well. I was chatting with him this morning. I was fascinated about how his soft game that's going, and he's a distributor. Have I said that one right? Of the game, where pubs can have the soft tip, in a pub for a certain sort of night. I was asking him how that is going. But yeah, very impressed with him yesterday. Throws the dart very flat, as you can see.
85.
Yeah, he had a really good day. I asked him, what was your conclusion? He just said, Glenn, I just got to the 4 wins and I've laid a foundation now to get there Saturday night.
96.
Is Adrian Gray one of those players that epitomises the example of the difference between the level of the Pro Tour and the level that is attainable here at the Super Series, Challenge Tour, other ventures?
Yeah, I mean, he has a certain ceiling. Like I said, like many of the players, his averages recently, on the same day, probably half an hour between each other, he averaged a mid-70s win, and then, a nice win over Danny Jansen with a 94 average. So it's the consistency is what's level for elite darts these days, Henry. I think majority, Joe Croft this week, 101 average from absolutely nowhere. They've all got them games. What is key for success is the consistency of doing that more and more.
Well, get it here, 132 to break the throw and lead 1-0. We've already seen a lot of breaks, haven't we, already on this Friday afternoon? And because Gray's not on a finish, Gillet decides to attack the treble 20 as opposed to the
92.
bullseye, and he will leave himself on tops after 12. This is not a bad start at all out of the gate from Gillet.
Yeah, you should never have a bias, should you, when you're in the comms box, but Mike Gillet is just one of those genuinely good guys, as Adrian Gray really finds that treble.
140.
Does put the pressure. Gillet with total control of this leg, and more importantly, a breaker throw as well. So good moments here for Gillet in a match you sense he has to win.
$30. Adrian, you require
Doesn't go,
80.
and so Adrian here, it'd be a holder throw, but it'll feel like a breaker throw the way this first leg's gone. He's been out of it for large swaths, and he's missed the big segments. Going to have to recover here. Treble 19 is found, and so double 11 to take a leg really has no right of winning.
69.
It goes inside the dart at double 11.
10.
Yeah, that would have been a sucker punch to Gillet. That he has an option. He has that. Looks like a very old fat barrel, doesn't he? And then it's as if he cuts his flights down. So it's a funny shaped dart for Gillet.
No score.
And that,
Adrian, you require 11.
is not what he wanted.
Well, that was a funny shaped dart in itself. And so Gray here is going to have 2 more at double 4. Gillet did all the hard work in this leg. He left himself on tops after 12.
3.
But then 6 missed darts later. He thought he'd lost the leg, but he's been given a third bite at the cherry. But he has to find double 5.
9 missed darts at a double between them in this first leg. And that number rises. Double two.
Game shot on the first leg, Mike Gillet.
Yeah, might be a little sense of frustration there, but inside it's the delight, and your brain's now, let's
Second
just
leg,
forget the
it's Mike
averages
to throw
now.
First.
Let's just
Game
move on. When we talk about Adrian Gray, I mean, one of the best players on the Challenge Tour this year, who's doing really big things, is Nico Springer. In March this year, Adrian Gray played him and smashed in 102 average against him. So, in answer to that question that you had there, the difference between them, he hasn't got really close to that 102 average since on the Challenge Tour. That's where the players in Australia are right now. They're banging 100 averages, 95 to 99 averages for fun. That's where you have to be if you want to be a success on the professional tour.
Well, Adrian Gray has
78.
played better yesterday than his yearly totals suggest. His 12-month stats, 84.65 running average for the year, 35% doubles-wise. Yesterday, overall daily average of 87.8 and 18 out of 48 on the doubles, 37.5%. And we do see a lot of players that
60.
when they come onto this stage in particular, they just find an extra gear, and Adrian is seemingly one of them. His results here speak as a testament to that.
Yeah, I went on the stage this morning.
100.
Like I said, it is a credit to everything that we're doing here at the Modus Super Series. Even just look at that camera angle there over the shoulder, and the players love it. It's a fabulous place to play darts, and 25 grand. You know what I mean? It's the biggest prize in amateur darts right now. Once again, thanks for everyone in the live chat. Question for you, Henry. What is the Modus Super Series?
57.
The Modus Super Series. Oh, how do I categorise that? I'll tell you what, I need a leg, so we'll do it in leg 3.
96.
Glenn, are you still playing? Yeah, I'm back in the scene. He is in Sunderland in November. Tickets are out now, so just head over to dartshop.tv.
84.
A couple of other questions will come at the next leg as another question is coming for Henry. Your greatest moment of teaching Glenn how to commentate as Mike Gillet. Can he teach himself the double 16 with a 2-0 lead?
92.
Ironically, one of the things I taught him was don't talk over the checkout. Ton for Gray. Just underneath. Tops might be an option here, but decided to persevere with the treble 20.
60.
And so Gillet is back for double 8 for a 2-love lead. Can he just nudge it across? Well, he's gone low with dart 2.
8.
Well, it's just not
Adrian,
happening
you
on the doubles.
require
1 from
40.
12 for Mike Gillet in this game.
Yeah, looked the perfect marker, didn't it? Just feels a very nervy Group C today. A couple of players there knowing they've laid that foundation yesterday. With this man in your picture being one of those players. Got away one there. How does Mike Gillet respond from that?
Well, it's been a game which is being played in the 7-visit region right now. The scoring hasn't been terrible, but the doubling has left a lot to be desired. Shall I answer that question?
No. Question for Glenn. When I'm throwing my darts, go in the 20s, and the last one always goes in the 5 and the 1. Any reason for this? Probably to do with replication. Are you walking on your last dart, maybe? Don't. Or is it the way 60. The darts are lying? It's probably neat to see how the darts are going there. The fact it's in your mind, Nathan, could be another thing. As you're about to throw your dart, you're thinking, this is where the 5 and 1 goes in. So
57.
It could be a psychological, it could be a technical thing. Lots and lots of possibilities. Henry, what is the Modus Super Series?
The Modus Super Series is a tournament made for the best stars in the world without a tour card. It's a tournament which takes place 13 weeks by 13 weeks. We see the highs, we see the lows, we see drama, we see players come in here with smiles on their faces and they leave in tears. And some, well, their dreams, well, they become a reality. It's a place where some nuke came to fruition. It was a place which saw the barbarian reign supreme. It's a place where we see brilliance. We see perfection. We see darting drama through every nook and every cranny. And you can be here every single Saturday night for every bit of tension, every bit of drama. And every
41.
single last gasp, that QR code takes you to dartshop.tv, and you can be here on a Saturday night.
140.
Does that answer the question?
It was actually probably your best moment in a long time, that, Henry.
I'll teach you about that later.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in the chat room
59.
are agreeing as well. It's a nervy start from the players today. Joe Croft got over the line in game one. Job done for him. But something Henry sort of mentioned the last one. It's a big game for Mike Gillet because
Adrian, you require
4 points with only 4
144.
games to go for Mike. I think for Gillet and particularly Joe Croft now, 5 wins out of 5 will be the target. But Adrian Gray isn't playing as well as yesterday right now. He started his first game yesterday averaging over 90.
58.
I just sensed when he walked on
Mike,
that
you
hockey,
require
Henry,
96.
Adrian felt if I can win this game, I'm pretty much going to be there.
Double 18,
Game shot on
in
the
it
third
goes,
leg,
and
Mike
that was
Gillet.
full of conviction for Mike Gillet. 3 legs played, 3 breaks of throw, and Gillet is 2-1 to the
Fourth leg.
goods.
It's Mike to
Yeah,
throw
when you won from
first.
12 on the outer ring
on.
and you got a 96 finish, you can see just a huge sigh of relief and plenty of food for thought for Adrian Gray at the moment. This is not the start he wanted, not the result line, and certainly not the average.
96.
And Gillet knows how to win here, Henry. He knows the process, heavily on the WDF circuit. In fact, his last 2 games, believe it or not, was against our co-commentator
81.
Matthew Edgar at the England Open and the England match play. Unfortunately, Edgar won both of them.
Well, I suppose Matt has to pick up the odd win every now and then, doesn't he?
28.
Yeah, Mike Gillet, former weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He found the green grass of double 5 to see his way home against Croydon's Cameron Crabtree in Series 3.
Just incredible.
60.
That defeat was so damaging to Cam, he's had to do what all you players have to do and end up sitting in a commentary box to think
57.
about what you've done.
Yeah, more people for you to teach, Henry.
It's the only commentator that will turn up to the commentary box. You have to get to shut up.
60.
Chatterbox Crabtree.
Yeah,
96.
Keegan Brown, someone else who's done a little bit of commentary work here, absolutely loves it, Henry. I might message him, say, work with Henry, he will teach you everything.
60.
I'm never doing a Q&A again in my life.
We only got 3 questions.
And one of them was from Owen Pinks,
100.
who asked who his favourite ref, his favourite spotter and his favourite person was. And he was disappointed that he was neither.
Well, Adrian Gray won't be disappointed with that first start. He'd have expected at least a couple of trebles.
100. Mike, you require
He's a ton enough.
124.
Gillet just seems to be getting momentum. Treble 18 will be the shot.
56. Adrian, you require 140.
So, for the 4th consecutive break of throw in this game, 140 for Gray. He's not going to go this time. And so Gillet's back for 68 to open up a 3-1 lead. A win here
60.
would move him
Mikey
on to 6
requires
points.
68.
A couple behind Adrian, who has Stefan Belmont to play in the second round's worth of fixtures. Gillet's got to take on Cast. Big dart at tops. Bends
28.
the wire.
I'll tell
Adrian,
you what,
you
you might not have seen an
require
awful lot of that dart. I think he thought that had a really good chance. He's just hoping at that point that the referee shouts game shot. We've been here with this 80 finish. Just the one dart this time. It was good for Cast in the
60.
first match. Not to be
Mikey
forgotten. It's not happening,
require
Henry.
40.
A lot of darts drifting low early on this afternoon. Gillet hoping to find the tops first time of ours. He's got 3 in hand. And now has a
Gage shot on
3-1
the
lead in
4th
hand.
leg, Mike
And
Gillet.
Gillet's a leg away from keeping Adrian Gray very much at bay, very much at arm's length.
5th leg. It's
If
Adrian
Gillet
to
wins
throw
this leg,
first.
the gap between the pair would be cut in half to 2 points, and Gray would be looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, I think if I read what he was saying to himself,
59.
I'm sure he said the words rubbish there. And it's interesting, Henry, because I went into the players area. I try not to disturb any of the players, but I just assessed the body language of all 6 today.
58.
And it was Adrian Gray that impressed me the most. But this has been, this is not where you want. I mean, that's a long way from the target. I mean, the angle the darts are going in is...
46.
Yeah, this is tough times for Gray.
And sometimes things can change, can't it, so dramatically when the 2 magic words game on is
81.
called. You can look good, you can feel good, but when game on is called, sometimes you don't always play good.
Henry will teach Keegan everything he shouldn't do.
57.
Looks like Sean is on his summer holidays and he'll be heading back to year 10 English in September.
All right, Mace. All right.
100.
Acting hard and on your own in here. Come on, Sean. Yeah, I mean, it's such a long way from the target. It's the grouping, everything.
97.
You'll have to go back and regroup. The one good thing for Adrian Gray, he's not back now until game 6. Or is it a good thing? I don't know. I mean, he's got a lot to
42.
think about over the next hour before he plays again.
A lot of it as well comes down to personal interpretation. There's some players that wouldn't mind the gap. There'll be others that would just want to get back on at the first
41.
possible opportunity.
Yeah, you can just see Mike Gillet right now. If you're wondering why he's slowing down, he's thinking 220, 6 darts, I've won the game. So give me a 140, give me a 180. That's the reason he's sort of stopped play going into these 3. He's gone 42 with his last 3 darts.
60.
Yeah, why did the trebles go missing? He's saying to himself, when I need them most. Gray has to find something. He has to find it now.
105.
Last up,
You require
needs himself on a
160.
2-darter. If Gillet hasn't got quite the fillet to finish. But when the stakes were high, he couldn't find the 160.
78.
And Gray's coming back for a
Adrian, you
finish. Then
require
Gillet's already
96.
taken out in this contest. Unable to find, and so Gillet will
56.
return
Mike, you
here for
require
82 to get over the line.
He'll start in the centre of the board. Need a maximum of the 25 there. He's got away with the 1 factor to 20. Just look at Gray in the background. And once again, big number miss. Gray doesn't know at that point.
33.
Missed
Adrian, you
opportunity.
require 40.
Tots for Adrian Gray to extend this game. Because his dart sit down, dart 1 was not kind, and so the open bid of double 10 could have been a
20.
relief, but he cannot find, and
Mike,
so
you
Get It
require
now has a more
49.
tangible chance to win it.
Yeah, a match that neither will want to remember. Important game for both. Gillet done a lot of his good work yesterday. Gillet, you sense, has to win all games today.
Game shot.
And he's given himself an
Mike Gillet.
opportunity. It wasn't a classic by a long way, but it's an important 2 points on Mike Gillet. Adrian Gray just wants to get up that stage really quickly. He's not back now until game 6, so plenty of time for him to think about it. And the mindset for Gillet was, I've got the 2 points. He won't want to see the numbers as he walks through the play. He knows he didn't finish well, but he got over the winning line. He got the 2 points. Big game coming up next. It's Stefan Belmont against CONAN Whitehead.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Mike Gillet got the better of Adrian Gray by 4 legs to 1. That puts him on to 6 points in the table. It puts him and Croft on 6 points. And Adrian Gray now lurking precariously over his shoulder. And so we reach a crossroads moment for the man who began the day at the top of the pile, Conan Whitehead. He's up against Stefan Belmont, who, surprisingly enough, is bottom of the table. The 35-year-old from Cham, well, he's not been the man, has he? As far as this week's concerned, the man who occupies the top 4 spot in the Challenge Tour de America up against Conan Whitehead, of course, the Series 1 champion. A win for Conan here. He'll move on to 10 points. He'll have a 4-point gap from Croft and Gillet, a 2-point gap from Gray. However, a defeat here would mean that Croft and Gillet would be within a couple of points of Whitehead and Gray. And when you look at the next round of fixtures, Gillet takes on Cart, Croft takes on Whitehead, Gray takes on Belmont. This could well be a pivotal game for Conan Whitehead. If he wins this one, he'll feel like he's almost there. He could be crossing the finishing line very quickly.
Yeah, I think the results have gone for him as well. His best friend, Adrian Gray, losing. I don't think potentially wants him to lose, but it does sort of give Conan Whitehead the real opportunity to put a daylight between place and second place. But just, yeah, I was a little bit chatting with Stefan Belmont's manager yesterday, and he said, you're absolutely right, Glenn, to sort of criticise his performances this week, and not his darts, because I know what he's capable of. He's been playing the Players Championships, Euro Tour. He knows how to play darts, to Stefan Belmont, but you just sense it's been a long, long week for him.
At the end of the day, it looks like Belmonte will be heading back to Cham.
135.
I think you've had too much orange juice today.
It's definitely not orange juice. It's this. I'll tell you what, I went to a shop prior to the session getting underway, and I bought a very weird cherry can drink, which I don't think I'll be purchasing again.
So are you teaching me to talk about cherry drinks now during an important dart game?
No.
136.
Like I said, the things I've taught you, Glenn, are the things that you don't do.
So why have you Googled Cham in Switzerland? Let me know.
We'll find out in the next leg. Because the man from Cham has just hit a max. Is it going to be in vain? Well, that's lovely for a treble to find alongside. It would have given him a dart at the bullseye with Whitehead. Belmont comes back for the 160 to take a 1-0 lead and to wrestle this leg away from the grasp of Whitehead. Another one of them. Leaves tops.
140.
Just below.
I've seen that attempted a few times this week. That's by far the closest. That's a head shaker of a first dart. Is it going to be a treble for double 8, or is it bullseye? That 32. Was a mess. Can I have those darts again, please? 20. Says Conan.
Well, he's set up. He thinks Belmont won't find the double 10. Can you find the double 10, Stefan? Yes, he can. Belmont leads 1-0.
Yes, he can. Brian Raman, because we've got Matthew Edgar in the live chat. Great to hear. The darts Oracle, Henry Deacon, back in comms.
Game on.
He's never out of the place.
Oh, I am tonight. I'm not here tonight, not here tomorrow.
134.
Yeah, we're bringing the A-team in for tomorrow.
Yep, the famous Mr. Phil Bars will be here. Now let's find out a little bit more about Stefan and where he's from, because he's located in a very remote part of Switzerland. He lives in Cham, which is based on the shores of Lake Zug, which has a population of around about just over 16,500. In terms of where it's located, it's located just to the north of the country. It's on the northern shore of the Lake Zug, northwest of the cantonal capital of Zug.
45.
It's got Steinhausen to the east, Hauenberg to the west, and it's north of Zurich.
180.
Henry, the 180's just been hit. Instead of looking about some Switzerland Cham, can we just concentrate on the darts, please?
Well, Conan Whitehead is looking for the 1-2-7
Conan,
game
you
to
require
get himself back
127.
into the contest.
Treble 19 will be the shot. This is the area where it just sort of went wrong in the first leg, but that's a beautiful last leg. He's really adept at doing that when he almost covers that treble 20 bed. He's got really long points, a thin barrel, and he gets away with doing that. So it's been a good start from Conan Whitehead, averaging over 100, but he is 1-0 down
Conan, you
this
require 40.
to make the game level.
Leaving tops after 12 and makes no mistake. 13 data for Conan Whitehead to level us up at 1 apiece. He knows how big a win in this game would be.
Leg, it's Stefan
So
to
Henry
first.
teaches me. So that man in your picture from Rainham. It's on the hills of Lake Nefertiti. It has a population of 312,106. Oh, sorry, 107. We've just had a birth in Rainham.
140.
Good performance here from Whitehead. Liking this. A real... On day 3, we had that opening game of the day where Conan White was on the back of 102 average to Joe Croft.
140.
It's been a nervy start to the day, but despite the fact it is only 1-1, it's Whitehead that really is producing the goods right now.
It was a session that needed somebody to really put their foot down, and that is exactly what Conan Whitehead is doing at this present moment in time. His average now is 113.12, and Stefan Belmont, with his average of 86.06, is better than anything else we've seen
100.
so far today. But he's ran into a red-hot Whitehead.
Wed hot.
Enough.
95.
They've had some good battles this week. Are you surprised at the head-to-head score?
Well, it's not been the week that Belmont would have
60.
desired, is it, this week? And for Conan, Group A didn't quite go to plan, but it's going to plan here. Double 18 leaves double 16. And I think that was an intentional ploy from Whitehead, and he leads 2-1 with a break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
0.72.
Hey, how did you do that?
Well, it's been a really good performance of Conan. He's had some good ones here. He's had an average of 115 in the past. But again, we mentioned it when we did Group A together, Glenn, that Conan's one of them players that he's been here enough now to know when's the right time to peak. And maybe he is just doing it perfectly this time around.
44.
Yeah, he didn't panic, did he? He knew that, you know, you get a second opportunity after that Group A. I was concerned on day 1, remember, the last time it was the injury. So the one big plus is the fact he's playing darts free from any sort of issues with the elbow, anything from the shoulder, anything from the arm. So that's a huge positive. And I just sense when there's a crowd tomorrow night, Conan Whitehead might just bring all those thoughts back to that victory week 1.
Well, he does bring a sizable contingent with him, does Conan, no doubt. Chevrolet and Ada will be there
95.
Tomorrow night, supporting hubby and daddy. Talking about pluses, there's a big plus on Stefan Belmont's shirt.
140.
That'll be a step in the right direction for him. Just keeps his leg at an even kilter. Was broken in the last, but Whitehead doing what he needs to do on throw to open up a 3-1 lead.
140.
If you're going to tell my joke correctly, you're supposed to say you don't like Belmont's shirt, but the sleeve is a big plus.
100.
So get it right, Henry.
Conan, you require 105.
Conan Whitehead. Options on the 105. The fact he likes tops, he'll stay upstairs. So treble 15 for that tops. Just has to move over. So left-hand side of that tops. Absolutely plumb. You don't often see a reaction from Conan Whitehead. He totally understands the situation right now. And just looking at the provisional table, he'll go back 2 points clear. You can see exactly. He knows where the camera is, remember. I just sense there's a little bit of business today. Because Belmont is, you're waiting for him to produce his big numbers, his big averages. And I guess when you get on the Rocky, you're thinking, is he going to do it against me? Good game.
Well, Belmont will be thinking that if he can carry on playing to this level, he
100.
should get success. He's just ran into Conan when he is running at his very best, the Barbarian.
I'm just worried, though, about motivation, Henry. He's not going to get through if he loses this game. I mean, you're the one with the maths and
100.
everything, but it's just not been his week, and I fear that he's producing the goods here because that expectation and hope that he could get to 12 points today,
60.
it's not looking like that's going to happen.
You may not be able to qualify, but you could pick up some more pennies in the pocket with every single position you finish higher up in the league table. And so if he doesn't qualify, it's not like it doesn't matter for the rest of the day, because there is
140.
a prize money incentive on offer, and he's left himself here 81 after 9 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2.
96.
Been a
Stefan,
quality
you require
contest, as you've
81.
said, and we could get another real good leg in the leisure here if Belmont can take this in 2 or 3.
Yeah, the kind of darts Ashley Coleman was producing. Great to see he's in the chat room as Belmont looks at this double eight. That
Game's
is
on
the
the
kind
fifth
of
leg,
darts, 12
Stefan
darter.
Belmont.
That is the darts that Stefan Belmont can produce. Hence the reason I was very critical at the beginning of the show, because that's what I expected throughout the week.
So 3-2 in the favour of Conan Whitehead. He has
Sixth
the
leg,
darts
it's Conan
to
to throw first.
complete
Game on.
a win, which would put him on to 10 points. It would give himself a 4-point gap to Messrs Croft and Gillet.
60.
And remember, Conan does take on Joe Croft in the next round, and so by virtue, he can stop Croft being a runner that can stop him, because he could move 6 points clear of him with 6 points left to play for. And so very quickly, with this
140.
superb performance, which is still above the ton mark, 102.09, Whitehead looks as if he is going to assume pole position in this group.
Well, I think you're in pole position because Matthew Edgar is
81.
saying Henry's performance in the comms box today, surely he's given himself, he's chasing the weekly award again. Just incredible. Yes, it's a tough gig today, Matthew.
140.
I think his cherry drink has done him no favours, but he's teaching me along the way.
Where's Chris Murphy?
100.
I was asking myself the same question. This is warming up nicely, by the way, because Conan Whitehead is on throw here, remember. Already 40 behind. And treble's going in. Stefan Belmont now averaging
145.
over the 100.
Well, Belmont's coming up to Whitehead's level, and there are some real warning signs beginning to be flashed in the direction of the Barbarian, but he hits a maximum
Stefan,
there
you
just to
require
tell
76.
Stefan, I am still in here, and you're going to have to take this 76 out. Otherwise, I should get at least day match dart for the match. Tops to save it.
56.
Doesn't go.
Conan, you require
That's stunning
80.
180 from Conan Whitehead. For sure, for me, the game of the week. What a dart. Big, big dart to go 2 points clear at the top.
70.
2
Stefan, you
match
require
darts
20.
have come and gone for Conan Whitehead. And so Stefan Belmont returns for double 10
Game's
to
on at
send
sixth
us the
leg. Stefan
distance.
Belmont.
A 12 darter and a 13 darter from 3-1 down sees us go to a deciding leg.
Seventh and
Belmont's
final
brought his
leg.
level
It's
up
Stefan to throw
amidst a
first.
Barbarian
Game on.
barrage. And now that man in the back of your picture, Conan Whitehead, may have looked like it was an easy streak for a second, is now very much drawn into a contest. A last leg decider, no less.
140.
Very, very impressed with Stefan Belmont. As he left it too late, but very, very impressed with the demeanour of Conan Whitehead. We had a great camera shot in him there.
85.
He was playing up to the camera a lot this week and giving us a wink, giving us a smile, giving us a wave. But he's just deep in thought. Been a cracking game, this one. Once again, the averages are absolutely fantastic.
41.
Well, Belmont pretty much on the ton. It's just dipped below because of the result of that last visit. Whitehead over 102. It's kind of the level it's been at for the last couple of legs.
81.
Yeah, this match is totally and utterly in the balance. The fact that Stefan Belmont has the darts makes him a favourite. But he's not tasting victory an awful lot this week. But that first dart is begging for more.
The one thing you get
100.
with Stefan, because his demeanour is so poker face, you won't see a drop of head. And so he's one of those players that if he was on 2.79, not with much of a chance
100.
of making it through, you'd still expect him to put in some decent displays, and that because of that, he won't differ as an opponent you'd face depending on circumstance. And suddenly here, Whitehead's up against it.
140.
And suddenly here, Belmont is a big favourite to win the match. You talk about Conan Whitehead's average being in excess of a ton. He'd rather be Joe Croft and win with a 74 than lose with an average in excess of a ton. And he's going to have to watch his opponent here, you'd think,
80.
have a dart to win the match himself.
Yeah, this has been one of these types of finishes, 80. And the perfect dart. And the perfect performance from Stephen Belmont, and even a little bit of reaction there from him. That one will hurt Conan Whitehead. It might not look it in that picture there. Conan Whitehead was superb in that game. And a 3-1 down at Stephen Belmont. We were criticising his performances, but that is what the Swiss can do. Is the Swiss on a roll? That is absolutely sensational. Next up, it's Mike Gillet against Matt Cast.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where everything is bunched up now in this Group C table, because Conan Whitehead and Adrian Gray, who led the way following the first day's play, have lost their first matches, so their 4-point lead has been cut in half to just 2. Joe Croft and Mike Gillet winning their opening matches, and that win for Stephen Belmont just keeps him with a bit of an outside chance, although he's going to have to, you'd sense, go through the card if he is to make it through today. So that's how the table looks. Let's get into game 4, which sees Gillet and Cast go toe-to-toe. Matt, who lost out to Joe Croft by 4-2. You sense this is last chance saloon for him. Whilst for Gillet, if he can make it 2 wins out of his first couple of matches, he'll sail up onto 8 points in the table and will put himself on the cusp of the top 2. This a seismic game to see where both players will be positioned going into the final straggles of the second round.
Yeah, you soon forget the averages. I mean, the 2 points were really important for Mike Gillet, but it was like I said, it was a real fillet for him to get over the line.
First leg, it's Mike to throw
It was a
first.
big well done.
Game on.
Fresh start. He'll fancy his chances. Goes into this match as a favourite, and that opportunity to move to 8 points.
Well, it's quite the fillet for Gillet, but Matt could be cast aside if he loses this contest.
60.
2 defeats from 2, and the realistic hope of making it through would begin to evaporate.
26.
The MK Don is cast. Of course, Milton Keynes, a place which hosts a
64.
plethora of PDC events over the course of the year. Of course, including the Masters, which was won by Stephen Bunting back in January. And I hear on very good authority
55.
that there was a few people that were at MK last week to watch them play Portsmouth.
Yes, I think Chris Dorby, Matt
100.
McElkin, I think they were all there. Said Portsmouth were absolutely abysmal.
Been the greatest pre-season and leads away on the opening day. That's some assignment to kickstart the championship season.
66.
Yeah, the league will be over by Christmas anyway. Up the borough.
Well, Mike Gillet
99.
adorning the colours that Cardiff City wore in the 2008 FA Cup final. Bit of a Bluebirds fan is Mike, back in his time in Wales.
40.
Yeah, it's a disastrous start here for Matt Cass. Not what he wanted. Showed some real good sides against Joe Croft. He's scratching his head there because it was a missed opportunity against Joe in the opening game.
96.
Couple of missed starts in leg 5 on the doubles. And a couple of chances in what turned out to be the final leg. But he's still in the practice room right now.
41.
Has not found
Mikey
a treble.
Require 82.
The harder he tries, the worse it's getting as well. And so Gillet's got all the time he wants to take out this opening leg. 68 left. And now he can take his pick.
42.
And the pick will be tops upon his return. Which, when you consider the doubling problems he's had so far today, tops has been the one friend he has been able to rely upon.
Yeah, as a
60.
dart player, that's
Mikey
he'll
require
know that
40.
because it's his go-to double. Does want to go low on the first dart. You'll have no problem with that. Use that as your guide. You can see that unique way that the sit-up really flat.
30.
Like I say, in a leg, the back of the mind, he won't be panicking when you're up on 2-1-3, but a double treble visit here for Cast. And that man might have a bit more in his mind. He could be thinking right now, Henry 2-4. That might just be depending on the
55.
score there.
Mikey required
But the
10.
fact of his love for tops, with 5-5 next door.
You pass the darty to the
Shot
left-hand
of first
side
leg,
and
Mike
Gillet
Gillet.
finds the 5s and he leads by a leg to 0.
Yeah,
Second
certainly
leg,
won't be
it's
reading
Matt
the
to
averages
throw
out after that first leg.
Game
It
on.
just seems to be that type of day so far for Mike Gillet. He'd have been surprised to get over the line against the impressive Adrian Gray yesterday with a low 70 average.
81.
He'd be delighted to be winning the first leg. And what turned out to be 24 darts. When I think of Mike Gillet, I think of 2016 in Glen Rothes. Whether he was making his
81.
debut, but it was England, Wales, British International, Scotland, of course. And there was only 2 games to go. I ended up drawing a guy called Scott Doherty. We were stood with each
30.
other. He said, we're playing each other, aren't we, Glenn? And he ended up playing Paul Hoagie Hogan. You've been
41.
delighted, were you, to see Paul go through to Champions Week?
Yeah, player that's been knocking on the door for a little while now has Hoagie, and we're going to see Crocodile Dundee in a few weeks' time. Well, it's not been a session that's lived up to expectations so
100.
far. I haven't got a Scooby-Doo as to why, but it's been a bit of a scrappy-doo so far. But I suppose we'll wonder
134.
in the Tungsten Mystery Machine who is going to make their way through to the big night tomorrow night.
Yeah, that first dart was the best dart. Oh, was that a blind 180 there,
140.
Matt? I think he's using something to get him going.
$140.
How did
Mikey
that last
required
dart stay in?
150.
It did. Leaves a finish. Nothing Matt can do on the 150. It was a good setup play.
58.
But a chance for Gillet.
You require
For a 2-0 lead.
105.
Well, Whitehead's already taken out the 105 today. Can Gillet follow in suit? Tops.
66.
Not to be, and so
you
Cast will come
require
back
92.
to square this contest up.
I don't hate the bullseye with the first dart, and that is the perfect marker, but he doesn't need it. It's double 8.
76.
Nearly the moment of the day
You
for Matt
require
Cast.
39.
But Gillet back, big number double. This is what the kind of finishes the... Ooh, that's missing the big numbers, criminal. Big 19 or a big 7 is a big wide open bed. He's effectively burnt a dart.
31.
Messy.
Matt, you require
But there's been a
16.
few like that for Mike so far today, and Matt will feel like this is a gift-wrapped invitation to win leg 2. And he
Game
is
shot on a
going
second
to
leg,
open
nut
up
cast.
that particular present and level this matchup at 1-1.
5 from
Third
24
leg,
in
it's
the
Mike
outer
to
ring
go
for Mike Gillet
first.
today.
Game on.
Usually so effective at seeing out games. Maybe he's just sensing the
60.
fact that he can join Conan Whitehead, Adrian Gray, 8 points with victory here. Very nervy Group C, isn't it?
The nerves jangle around
68.
the live lounge in Portsmouth.
$137.
Well, we had the brilliance of
60.
Van Velzen yesterday. It's been a little bit bog standard so far today.
Yeah, another fantastic moment here at the Modus Super Series. I mean, Marvin has
40.
been bouncing around like a Duracell battery all week. He's just loving the experience. Conan Whitehead, you just can't shut him up. And when I watched the 9 darter going yesterday, I thought he is going to be a nightmare tomorrow night.
125.
But what a welcome addition he would be to Saturday. He was my pick for the week, and he's going very, very nicely. Who was your pick for the week, truthfully, Henry?
85.
Oh, I don't mean look now. I mean, did you have anyone on Monday?
I'll be honest, I didn't really think about it.
Well, that's the end of that conversation. Cutting edge commentary here from Henry Deacon.
140.
If you asked me for a dart was thrown, I probably would have said Bradley Brooks. Weekly winner, shouldn't have been 16-1. Bookies get it wrong again.
137. Matt, you require 108.
Options on the 108. It looks like he's looking down. You'd expect him to go for the double 16. Good second dart.
76. Mike, you
The
require
frustration
42.
is there.
Two for tops.
2.
But now even Old
Matt, you
Faithful
require 32.
is not playing ball to him.
Yeah, 1 from 10 now in this game for Mike Gillet.
Game shot on a third leg.
And
Matt
doubles might
cast.
come back and haunt him. He got away with one, remember, in his first game today, getting over the line against Adrian Gray without being great. He's gone
Fourth
into
leg,
this
it's
match as a
Matt
big
to go
favourite.
first.
Opportunities in all
Game
3
on.
legs. But the man in your picture leads 2-1 after 3.
$96.
Busy day across the world of darts, not just the Super Series
94.
in action on this Friday morning. It's been a busy day in Australia, where it's the first round of the Australian Darts Masters. Dimitri van den
47.
Berg beat Jeremy Fagg, a player we've seen on the Super Series stage before, 6-1. Gerwyn Price beating Brenton Lloyd, 6-2. Michael Smith beating Stuart Coburn by that same scoreline. Joe Comito beaten 6-1 by the world champ. Luke Comfrey, twice champion here. Luke Littler, 6-2 win over Rob Modra. Simon Whitlock, who hasn't played on this stage, but very much a friend of the
85.
Super Series, but he was beaten 6-1 by Peter Wright. Damon Hedzer beating John Hurring by 6-0. And Rob Cross get over the line in the last leg decider
120.
against the man that we saw here just before Christmas, just before he picked up his tour card. Hopai Puha by 6-5.
58.
I was asked the question on that Q&A. Which player do you think will the back end of the year without the obvious answers. Is there anyone that's stand out? Because Rob Cross, for me, I think is not a million miles away from winning big again.
Agreed. He's got a World Grand Prix Grand Slam type title in him this year.
Definitely not the Grand Prix. Have a look at his record. It's abysmal. He hates double off. There's Gillet to try to get back in this match. Does he go safe with a second? He's gone aggressive. A double 5.
85. Matt, you require 116.
I'm just wondering if maybe just step back on the next double. Just try something different for Mike Gillet. Hit the big one on this 5. Check out Navy. Just stand back.
Mike, you require 5.
Because all of a sudden the belief can go when you're missing dart after double. But it's given himself another opportunity. He was good on double 2 in the first game.
Game shot on
That
full
is a
flag.
super dart.
Mike Gillet.
Super dart.
Clipped off the barrel lane towards the bottom left-hand corner. And level
Fifth
we are
flag.
at
It's
2
Mike to
apiece
throw
in this
first.
contest.
Game on.
It's another one of those attritional battles where the victor of this contest will just be relieved to have the points in the pocket. Gillet could go 2 from 2 here without getting anywhere near his best or playing anywhere near his best.
60.
He could, from the ridiculous, give us a bit of the sublime if he can nail the 9.
82.
Once again, you were premature.
Occupational hazard.
45.
Yeah, you often taught me to just stay quiet on the 4th dart of a potential 9. Well, trying to shut you up today is not the easiest.
59.
Matt, how quickly can you make your way down to Portsmouth? It's all right, I'm gone this evening anyway, it's fine.
Henry Meakin will not be here tonight. Will Mike Gillet be here tomorrow night?
70.
Well, he's got to find something right now. He's right in the middle of this game. But he ain't playing well. And neither is that man in your picture, because that was a
85.
frustrated
Mike,
last
you require
dart. He was able to
110.
keep himself from throwing it wildly, hit the treble.
54.
Well, Gillet's got a couple of darts in hand at top, so at least he should to put himself 3-2 up in this contest.
44.
Both players averaging
Mike, you
in the
require
70s.
56.
And this has been the problem. 2 from 13, remember. But his
Game
beloved
shot on
toss
the fifth
bails him
flag.
out.
Mike Gillet.
And he almost sprints to the board. You can just tell he's a good guy, but I think really
Sixth
needs a bit
leg,
of
it's
steely
Matt to throw
determination
first.
this leg. He'll
Game
have the
on.
darts in the last leg if he goes the distance.
$60.
Try start for cast. Opens up the door for Gillet.
Henry, will Aussie be in the Modus soon?
Well, there was a
57.
ADC Oceanic qualifier a couple of months ago. And so we are going to have a player from the Oceanic region here for the end of the year. We're going to have a player from the ADC Oceanic region represented at the ADC Global Championship, which takes place in December.
29.
First few spots of which have been confirmed. They were confirmed at the weekend. We're going to see Andy Bolton, Joe Croft, Thomas Banks and Gary
134.
Stone there. Fallon Sherrick and Vicky Poom are qualified for the Women's Championship Tour Orders of Merit. Now, if Bolton and Banks stay in the top 4 of the ADC main rankings, it will then go
60.
down to the next 2 players in the Championship Tour Order of Merit. That would then be Bradley Brooks, who we're going to see here tomorrow night, and Darryl Pilgrim. We're then going to have qualifiers
60.
from the Oceanic region, the South African region, Ireland, Netherlands, Belgium, as well as the top players from those ranking events. At the minute, John Desimo would take the
81.
Belgian ranking. Jimmy Van Schie from the Netherlands. Jeroen Caron has qualified as the Benelux Open winner. And from the South European rankings, the biggest surprise is there's not John Michael right now who's top of that
100.
order of merit. That's currently gone to Andreas Nicolaou. Take place in the last 2 weeks of 2024.
Mike, you require 150.
So for the first time, we can say this is for the match. So 70 points left.
90.
I was about to say the single's
Mike, you
not the end of the world. Leaves a
131.
two-darter. Options on the 1-3-1. You went for the treble. 17 tops, but not to be.
91.
Gillet
Mike, you
for the
require
match.
60.
And Cass is sat on a double in case this doesn't go. But Gillet's going to get 2 in his hand for win number 2 of the day.
40.
For more missed darts.
Mike, you
3
require
from 16
40.
on the outer ring.
Well, he's not getting many opportunities, Matt Cass, but he's been good on the
Gage
doubles
on
today.
The sixth leg.
That has been one element of the game he'd be happy with. We go the distance. Mike Gillet
7 from
arguably
final
got away
leg.
with
It's
one with
Mike
Adrian
to throw
Gray. Didn't
first.
expect Adrian to play so
Game on.
poorly. But I think if he walks off a beaten man in this game, again, he's been the better player throughout. Does have the darts, is finding the treble.
140.
Still good things for Mike Gillet.
Big start with a 140. Only his second of the game. However,
125.
Cast is on his shoulder.
$97.
Yeah, you've been corrected as well about the Oceanic. Mason Whitlock's a regular on here now.
Oh, I give up.
100.
You do the next game in your own, Glenn. I'm out of here.
Well, I feel like I've done that all week, but that's another story.
50.
Missed opportunity there for Gillet. Dragging them into the treble 5 just brings Cass back into the game. A bit of everything went into that first dart. But what a response from Matt Cast.
$86. Matt, you require 142.
142 then. Gillet's already missed a couple of darts at tops to win this contest. Cast a big chance, but a chance nonetheless to take this game away from the grasp of Gillet.
93. Mike, you require 128.
He'll take that as a plan B after the first. Does he stay there? 74 points left. I asked him to stand back, compose himself. Decision, treble 18 or treble 14? He stayed there. Just making Cast think at the back.
Matt, you require 49.
The strength has been the doubling. And that trend
Shot.
continues for
And the
Matt Cast.
Matt Cast.
It was a demolition job yesterday when they met, with Mike Gillet winning that game 4-0. You'd have expected something of the same, but that is a real missed opportunity. You just sense the big winner as he trudges off there. Will be the top 2 overnight, Adrian Gray and Conan Whitehead. But for Matt Cast, the doubles were the difference. 3 from 16 on the outer ring for Mike Gillet. He'll be disappointed when he sees that. But for Matt Cast, the scoring power needs to get better, but the finishing has been superb. And for the 5th time this week, next up, it's Joe Croft against Conan Whitehead.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And the
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
Only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Croft.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Matt Cast beat Mike Gillet by 4 legs to 3, and it means for the top two, Conan Whitehead and Adrian Gray, well, they've got everything kind of in their own court now. They lost their first matches, but kind of got away with it a little bit, unless Joe Croft wins this match against Whitehead. A victory for Croft to be in the top 3 would temporarily be on 8 points ahead of Adrian Gray's game against Stefan Belmont, and Belmont put in a really good performance in defeat to the Barbarian earlier on. Well, Conan's put in the best performance of the day so far, 102.59, but that was in a losing effort against Stefan Belmont, who himself averaged just under the ton mark. Joe Croft beat Matt Cast 4-2. It was a bit of a scrappy encounter. However,
140.
the signs from the get-go, Glenn Dowen, are that things are maybe in a bit more of a positive place.
Yeah, absolutely. The first game on Monday morning, so it was an intriguing way to start and to see how players evolve throughout the week. And Joe Croft started that game tremendously well against the opponent of Conan Whitehead. Somehow managed to throw that game away, and it just hasn't been Joe Croft's week. However, he's put himself in the mix, and a real special performance here against Conan Whitehead, who has, to be fair, has started very nicely today. Just walked into a real masterclass of 3 legs from Stefan Belmont at the end when he was 3-1 up. So still plenty to play for. And Henry, if Croft does win this game, it's game on.
Particularly if he wins it by a scoreline. If he can win this game 4-0, he would go to the top of the table. Actually, if he wins this game 4-1, he'd go top of the table temporarily.
165. Joe, you require 118.
Joe Croft got Conan's number. It's 118. Doesn't find the treble. He'll go to the 18's bed, just making Conan think there by taking that extra second.
52. Conan, you
It's a
require
bit of a lazy
17.
dart, the last one. Big number hit for Conan Whitehead. He's looking good. Can he execute?
Yes, he can. It's a 15 darter and a breaker throw for Conan Whitehead. The Barbarian's on the board, and he's looking to brush aside what happened against Belmont very quickly. Whilst for Crofty, well, the task could get lofty if he loses this match.
60.
Only the second 17 checkout of the series, according to the wizard in my ear.
100.
I'm surprised you didn't take the credit for yourself for that one.
No, I just taught him everything he needed to know about getting the stats out quick.
140.
Can I just address this, please?
No.
Well, I am anyway.
You've upset the whole world of darts by taking my success
83.
on you.
I did not.
Henry, capital me,
I did not. I did not. Right, I'm gonna get it up now. I'm gonna get out what I said.
58.
Right, we did a Q&A yesterday, and I said in that Q&A, I've actually lost it now.
132.
It'd be difficult to find. There was only 3 questions.
I said, and I quote, quite literally, I quote myself, I know this will sound like a cop-out answer, but everyone
100.
offers something different. I've enjoyed helping Glenn and Scott out at the beginning of their commentary journeys. That's a standout for myself. Never said that I taught you everything you knew. I just said that I helped a little bit.
Conan,
I'm
you
going to help you now. We're coming to the
143.
conclusion of the leg here. Stop talking over it, Henry.
60. Joe, you require 56.
For 1-1. This is so much better from Croft. He really enjoys playing in Conan Whitehead.
36.
But
Conan, you require
no surprise to be
83.
saying again. It's doubles, 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 Joe.
Double 16 for a 2-0
On the
lead.
second leg, Conan
And Whitehead is in no mood to mess around.
Player of the day for me, Conan Whitehead, despite the fact
Third
he's yet
leg,
to
it's
register
Joseph
2
Rowe
points.
first. Game on.
Terrific averaging, despite losing to Belmont. Averaging over 107 for the majority of that game.
85.
Just dipped down to around about 102.5. And here, mid-90s averages.
33.
But that won't help.
Just gives Croft a bit of wiggle room on throw.
28.
But the big question, Glenn, is who's going to get the W in this match? Loser, maybe having a bit of R&R on Saturday night.
45.
So you can say your house. Now I'm really confused.
58.
You said that beautifully.
So when I've got to be in a car with Jared Cole tomorrow is
25.
when the R's could come into play a bit more.
Well, the low scores have come into the game for Conan Whitehead right now. He is as baffled as I am right now because we're talking he's the player of the day, averaging over 107 in the previous match, was round about the 100 average, and now barely over 80. What has happened here, Conan?
Timing
92.
for Conan hasn't been his key strength today. He played well against Effort Belmont, but when it mattered, he allowed his opponent in, and he's allowing Croft in here. Okay, it's a leg on the
85.
Croft throw, but he's given him an avenue to get back into the match.
I mean, there's a reason to begin to panic now because this, barring that
88.
dart there, this has been so
So you require
15 darts
105.
thrown by Conan Whitehead, still in the 200s.
Croft won't find the finish that
89.
Whitehead attained earlier on. The 105 actually from Conan's the only ton plus checkout we've seen so far in this session.
134.
Croft has free in his
So you
hand
require 16.
a double 8, and now he's got a bit of pressure on it after that two-trouble turn from Conan.
Game shot on
But
the
pressure
third
is for
leg,
tires,
Joe
as
Croft.
Alan Shearer famously said, and Croft brings it back to 2-1.
Yeah, luckily for Whitehead, it was on the throw, Joe Croft,
Fourth
but that
leg,
was
it's
a
Conan to throw first. Game on.
funny old 15 darts there for Conan Whitehead. Did pick up scoring nicely, finished with a 1-3-4 with his last 3 darts, back in the treble. Normal service has resumed.
98.
Well, this game, from a statistical viewpoint, in terms of the scoring stats, could it be more level? Both players averaging 85 after 3 legs. Just who's going to make that big push?
140.
I'll tell you what could have been interesting, Henry. If Joe Croft could have won this game and can win this game, and if Belmont beats Gray,
80.
we have got a tight Group C.
Well, everybody would be within 2 points of one another, and it creates Group C carnage at the live lounge.
108.
But Conan doesn't want carnage. Conan wants to be the courageous one. He wants to be the one that can just sit back, relax, and watch the rest of them duke it out.
I think you're right. I think he's shown an incredible amount of character. And look at the determination in his face for 11 darter. That's how to do it, Conan Whitehead. Absolutely brilliant. He's had those bizarre start to leg 3, but apart from that, he has put a terrific display without success earlier. That's what I'm liking. That's the bit I'm liking, Henry. Not the actual darts, him.
Whitehead is an enigma.
140.
Very much a maverick in his own way is the barbarian. He'll do things his own way, and when he's hot, he's red hot, as you can see there.
81.
Average just under 95. Drops down a little bit as a result of that visit, but so far so very good, and it's so much better than what anybody else has put in so far today.
94.
Yeah, once again, your assessment is spot on. I think I was nodding my head as you were saying there, because he is an enigma. He is when he's hot, but it also makes me think in
85.
Group A when he's laughing and smiling at the camera. He looks like a different player now, doesn't he?
I mentioned it earlier, there's players like Conan, like Neil Duff. There's
140.
probably one or two others whose names escape me that know how the 5 days work. Steve West actually being another of which. It's okay playing your best on Monday, Tuesday,
97.
Wednesday, but it's Friday and Saturday. They're the important
127.
days.
Yeah. Yes, we might just be witnessing that, but we might also be witnessing it's okay waxing lyrical about Conan Whitehead, but Joe Croft with a winning this leg. He's looking good for it. There's only one in
63.
it.
He's himself on 64 after 12. Conan will feel like he's got the insurance policy of the next leg if this goes
60.
by the by.
Joe, you require
And
64.
Croft has got 6 here from 64 to bring it back to 3-2 to force Whitehead to serve it out.
32.
He cannot convert the double 16, but he's going to get 3 more in hand.
Yeah, 3 from 4, the outer ring for Conan Whitehead. Doubles have been great in this game. No surprise to many. Croft 1 from 5.
Joe, you
His
require
biggest 3 darts of the
32.
match. May only need
Game
1.
shot on a fifth leg.
And that is
Joe
the case.
Croft.
Joe Croft, double 16. Conan Whitehead, can he serve out for this game? He's been good. He looks focused. He
Sixth
looks
leg, it's
determined.
Conan to throw first.
However, the first little shake of the head there.
Game on.
Big 3 darts for Conan Whitehead, Henry.
But sometimes Conan's that type of player that needs that bit of aggression and to channel it in the right way to get the best
60.
out of him. But there's a saying in tennis, isn't there? That if you're on the cusp of losing the match, make sure your opponent wins it on their serve.
96.
Don't hand the game to the player you're playing. And Croft is at least ensured that Conan has to do the job himself in this leg if he's to win 4-2.
90.
Yeah, I think Conan will be thinking. Now, remember, 3-1 up against Stefan Belmont. Not playing bad. 3-1 up in this game. Joe Croft is fighting back.
135.
Incredible what the brain's doing right now. He just sensed there. Did you see with Conan? Here we go again, he's thinking.
And it does have a feeling of a carbon copy of that match against Belmont because Stefan played his best towards the finishing line
99.
in that contest, and Croft seemingly is doing exactly the same.
Yeah, just a reminder, Croft on Wednesday, 101 average and beating
108.
Conan Whitehead. He likes playing him. Conan. What a turnaround. The best player of the
92.
day, Henry, could be played
Joe, you
2, lost 2.
require 90.
And that's the jeopardy of a short course format. Single for the bull, treble leads double 5. Bullseye for Croft for a 12 darter and to take us all the
43.
way.
Conan,
And
you
it
require
could be
160.
the last dart he throws. But Whitehead is not up to the task of the 160.
98. Joe, you require
Once again,
47.
that dart over the treble. Well, it looked impossible. Double 16 was kind of the last leg. Huge dart.
Game
And he's
shot
up
on a
for the
sixth
challenge,
leg,
Joe Croft, and that's not something we've said an awful lot this week. And guess who has the dart in the final leg?
7 from final leg. It's Joe to throw first.
It's a day for Conan
Game on.
Whitehead.
Croft has dug in. And just when it looked like Whitehead could really
140.
run away with the contest, Croft has conjured it back to 3-3, and now he has the darts to win the contest, and now is most
28.
definitely the favourite to win the contest because he's kicked off 140, Whitehead has kicked off dry.
And when he kicked off with a 140 there, do you know when you ever get that sudden shock?
85.
You look at something and think, oh my God, I forgot. That's exactly how Conan had been thinking there. At 3-1 up, cruising, everything's right. All of a sudden, he's
45.
second best. His opponent hits the 140. It's all gone pear-shaped for Whitehead. This is absolutely a mirror image of the game against
95.
Belmont. Just look at that league table.
Well, the wheels have fallen off up to the line for Whitehead against
94.
Crofty, who can now see the checkered flag ahead. And we'll begin to see the 2 podium places in his sights. Win here, put him on to 8.
99.
We'll put him on to +3, just 1 behind Adrian Gray and the legs difference. So if he lost to Stefan Belmont, he would go above him because of legs 1.
42. Joe, you require 82.
Yeah, the fact that Conan's on 292, just maybe part across man, but just to lay it up. I'd be surprised if he goes the bullseye.
42.
Leaves himself on tops, and for the second game in succession, Conan Whitehead could see a 3-1 lead evaporate and turn into defeat. He's not just at one of his opponents, he's at one with himself.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't need commentary.
57.
Trials and tribulations of being a dart player for Conan Whitehead. From the sublime to the ridiculous. And Joe Croft at 3-1 down. He has an awful lot to play for now, Joe. He is right in the mix if this double 10 can go. He could split here.
No
Does
score.
split. I like that.
We nearly saw Bradley Brooks get burnt by that, didn't we, early on in the week against Harry Ward, but Ward was on 156.
90.
Whitehead's nowhere to be
So you
seen.
require
And so
40.
tops for Croft to get the job
Big shot.
done.
And the
And from
match,
3-1
Joe
down, he has pulled off the Escapology Act. And for the second game in succession, Conan Whitehead has let a 2-leg lead slip. And he could let his position in tomorrow night's final slip as a consequence of that defeat. Joe Croft getting over the line by 4 legs to 3 against Conan Whitehead. That the tail of the tape on your screen. It moves Croft up to 8 points plus 3 legs difference. It puts Whitehead in some peril. Next up, Gray and Belmont.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Joe Croft got the better of CONAN Whitehead by 4 legs of 3. All the action live on the Super Series YouTube channel, which is just a subscribe and click away from plenty of other bonus content. And I'll tell you what, Glenn, I'm going to do a deal with you.
Okay.
If we get to 50,000 subscribers by the end of this session, I will not be here tonight or tomorrow.
But you're not going to be tonight or tomorrow, because it's not about you. It's about the players in the picture. It's not about you, Henry. Get that into your mind.
First leg, it's Adrian to throw first.
Well, it's all about Adrian Gray right here, right now, because 2 defeats and 2 for CONAN Whitehead now puts him in the box seat. And a victory in this match against Stefan Belmont would put him 2 points clear of Conan and Croft, who currently occupy 8 points in the table. And following what was a disastrous start, to say the least, against Mike Gillet, he could be able to arrest the situation. However, Stefan Belmont put in one heck of a performance against Conan Whitehead. 1-4-3, averaging just under a ton. As a matter of fact, there was about, give or take, 30 points gap in the averages between
100.
both players' performances in the first round of fixtures.
Yeah, I was just thinking, round about 1:30 today when Adrian Gray come off the stage, you probably thought the world was against him. It was there's below performances, and then there was the performance that he put in that opening game against Mike Gillet, but the results have gone his way since.
100.
And to then come in this second game, albeit against Stefan Belmont, but what Stefan Belmont are we going to get? Are we going to get the Stefan Belmont that beat Conan Whitehead? Or are we going to get the Stefan Belmont who played yesterday and won one game?
Is there something to be said of the free roll player, and that somebody like Stefan Belmont, who has got nothing to lose, can be very dangerous because he could just go out, all out, attack it?
Well, has he nothing to lose? If he wins this game, he goes on to 6 points, 2 points behind the gaggle of players on 8. I always feel a bit like the Davis Cup, where, I mean, these opponents, these players are going back to a players' lounge where, they have no contact with anybody. They don't have anybody here. You can just see behind you. There's no crowd, etc. They have no phones, anything, to contact. That's where maybe just someone to be in the ear of Stefan Belmont and say, you can still do this. Maybe arguably the hardest game of the day is Conan Whitehead. That's done. Joint top Adrian Gray. If he beats him, that's done.
58.
Who's to say Stefan Belmont can't go on and win 5 out of 5?
Well, Gray looking at task 1 in this match. The 132 isn't going to go. And he's making a little bit of a mess of this. 1:15 left.
Stefan, you require
options for Belmont. A lot of players nowadays tend to go 2 double 19s for double 16, but Belmont, much more of a traditionalist when it comes to taking shots out, decided to go upstairs first. And so Gray will come back for 96, which has been hit against him today by Mike Gillet to take his first leg of the contest.
Yeah, it was a 96 finish for Mike Gillet. That really got him going. And the reason he's standing back there, because maybe the camera angle doesn't show it there, his darts are so flat. For a lot of people, I mean, that is an unbelievable dart, the way he's gone right to the left-hand side of the yockey, giving himself an opportunity to double 8. It might have took an eternity. It might have just crept into the double. But he got there.
Doesn't matter how.
Second leg,
as long as you do.
Throw first. Game on.
The conqueror looking to conquer Group C. And I'll tell you what, did you see the back of his shirt with all the Cavalier
140.
What do they call it? Iron vests and stuff like that? Was that what they called it back in the olden days?
What are you looking at me for?
45.
Wasn't the Battle of Hastings when you were on national service?
So insulting.
60.
You're giving me an ism. An ageism.
60.
What's happened to our live chat? It's gone all German.
That's all right. You've just come back from Cologne. You should be a native.
Yeah.
81.
Unterbunker, that's the one I can see there anyway. But maybe they're talking about why German players aren't here and who would be a good addition.
Great player he was, wasn't he? Mikael Unterbuchner made a Lakeside semi-final back when you were in your pomp, Glenn.
He made a World Trophy final. I wonder who beat him.
It definitely wasn't Scott Mitchell.
100.
To be fair, that was just another game of darts, wasn't it, Glenn?
I think you better leave him alone. That's not very nice.
81. Stefan, you require 120.
Time to climb the ladder then, Stefan. Goes underneath, so looking to climb up to the treble. But he cannot find the top rung.
I don't mind it, just a safe big 20 here.
56.
Because now you're looking at a 3-dart finish on the 64, which he may prefer than the 20 tops. But Adrian Gray just beginning to find his scoring boots, and I think he was using that old adage, hit the 180, make your opponent
64.
think. Prove me wrong, Belmont. Tell me that you've gone the right way. Just going to be the 1-dart or a double. Prove me wrong, Stefan.
48. Adrian, you require 75.
Given Gray an opening to get the break and to double his lead and to put himself in full command of the contest. And he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 12. Sixes. The 6 is the perfect mix for Adrian Gray. He breaks the throw of Belmont. He leads 2-0 and he is halfway towards 10 points and a 2-point buffer on Conan Whitehead in second and Joe Croft in third.
And just going back to Adrian's shirt, I like it. I think like the colours, like I said, I like the design. Now you've attracted
60.
me to it. What's your favourite shirt? I used to love my red one with a white one until someone said I looked like a fat jockey.
100.
Because have you seen the horse racing colours? I think. Is it Rachel?
Rachel Blackmore.
She wears. Yeah, so I thought change the design.
180.
Things are changing for Gray. It was a dismal start to the day. Which performance are we going to get from Stefan Belmont?
180.
He is just so inconsistent, isn't he?
Well, that shot was sweet like chocolate for the Swiss.
Yeah, he's smiling there, Adrian Gray. It's because he's just pinging the odd dart here and there. He throws the wildest one at the treble 20, then hits 2 trebles. He's had a couple of the dart creeping into the double 8.
Adrian, you
I
require
just sent you
140.
Things are going my way here without the darts coming out my hands correctly.
Can he nudge one across to leave tops? No is the answer. And so Belmont leaving 96 after just 9 darts. And he's going to get a poke at double 8. And that would have been for the break back.
You require 80.
How many times has this type of finish determined games? You sense this match point if this goes. Big 20 for tops.
60.
But again, a dart at tops drops low for Adrian Gray. And so Belmont will come back for double 4 to break back.
On a third leg,
and the contest returns to throw 2-1. And Belmont will have the darts here to square this contest up.
4th leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Well, on paper, it's been evenly matched so far.
You're just looking at an old photo here of Adrian Gray. The shirts, roughly the same colour, but the collar's flicked up.
120.
A little bit of Elvis there, isn't there? Uh-huh.
Where's Chris Murphy?
60.
Well, if Adrian Gray does lose this game, he'll have a bit of a suspicious mind as to how things are happening as they are today.
100.
As for Conan Whitehead, it would mean that he'd be getting a jailhouse rock card.
Try. If he didn't stutter, it could have been okay there, Henry.
140.
Trying to make sure I said the word rock correctly. Oh, I'll pick up the trophy Sunday, it's fine.
Can I just say sentences without the letters R's in it? Would that not work?
I find it really, really difficult.
100.
Well, Stefan Belmont come from 3-1 down against Conan Whitehead earlier. He was 2-0 down in this game. Is he closing in on levelling the match
59.
up? Leave Shanghai.
$81. Stefan, you require 120.
Well, both looking to climb the ladder. There's the first step. There's step 2 to the top rung. But he cannot reach the summit, can the man from the Alps?
Yeah, the way he moved to the right of the hockey, I mean, you could only see a tiny bit of the right-hand side of that tops. And was a long way, but be delighted when he turned round. This has been a scrappy performance from Adrian Gray. I think the Rye smiled throughout. He ain't happy about his game right now. There's a bounce in his step there. But if this double 10 does go, we've got a level match.
There's a possibility here,
Game shot on
as
full
Belmont
flag,
squares
Stefan
up
Belmont.
at 2-2, that we could have 4 matches in succession go
Fifth
the
leg, it's
distance
Adrian to the right
4-3,
first.
and one of the others went
Game on.
4-2, and that was a fairly protracted game in itself. We are certainly getting our money's worth on this Friday afternoon. And for those that are wondering about when
60.
we restart for Group B, well, that will immediately follow the conclusion of the last match of Group C.
Yeah, it does feel a marathon day, the Thursday and Fridays, but the Group B last night was very, very enjoyable. Of course, the highlight being
41.
the 9-darter. We're all to play for tonight.
10 o'clock, you'll be happy to know that you're with Chris Murphy in the commentary box for that. Was that the best start you've ever watched at an airport last night, Glenn?
96.
Yeah, I think it actually may have been, yes. I'm trying to think, there was a really unbelievable game where we're all gathered, even all the dart players, all gathering around a game watching something. But it escapes me, but yeah. I've often said to you, Henry, my Saturday night now these days is going into my bar.
100.
Sitting watching the motor, and I thought last Saturday was, wow, it was one of the top 5 of a Saturday night. The crowd were incredible, and Thomas Banks, you know, 10 out of 10 performances throughout there, and it was a terrific night.
You could argue that actually it was better than the last Champions Week final tonight in terms of atmosphere, in terms of quality. It's a big statement, but
140.
I think Series 8's Champions Week's got a lot to live up to because of some of the qualification weeks we've seen. It's been better than a lot of series.
Yeah, I could resonate with Thomas Banks, you know, in my early,
100.
when I was doing really well.
105.
I had a massive following, and Thomas must have been on cloud 9, and that incredible moment. But treble 18 here for Adrian Gray. Can't finish, and look what Belmont needs again. How many times have we seen this?
Stefan, you require
120 finish in this game. This Tatil, real control. Taking one away, but he needs the treble. Once again, Gray not looking, but he'll be happy when he does.
44.
To put himself 3-2
Adrian,
up.
you
Remember, he
require
had led
48.
this contest 2-0. And he's going to get a couple of darts in his hand. Just about a couple of darts in his hand at double 16.
Game
To
shot on the
move
fifth
himself
leg,
one
Adrian
away.
Gray.
And to get that first win on the board. And to put himself onto 10 points and put himself in a position
Sixth
of
leg, it's
authority.
Stefan to throw first.
He's playing the big moments
Game on.
well. When you get down to a finish, 3 from 5 on the outer ring for Adrian Gray, but I don't think he'd be happy with this
85.
overall game right now. But the dynamics change tomorrow night, don't they? It's just everyone starts on the 0. It doesn't matter what you've done in the group. You do expect Bradley Brooks to be feeling after winning that, incredibly tough Group A. But how many times do we see players who just rise to the challenge? It's just about getting there, isn't it, in the group phase?
94.
We start looking at we're going to have 10 qualifiers after this week. I mean, I really like the look of Connor Scott. I think he's he's the outstanding. But I was with Tom Sykes recently, and to go back to week 1 as well, I'd certainly give him every chance.
There's 2 players that if you write them off at your peril. Neil Duff and Jimmy Van Schie.
108.
Jimmy gets the Saturday. I think the hardest task for Jimmy that week is making the Saturday. If he makes Saturday, I think he's got an unbelievable chance of winning the lot.
Is he tall
99.
or are you small?
Stefan, you require
142 for Belmont to take us all the way. He's got 6 darts from here. Not meant to talk over checkouts, Glenn.
Well, stop it then.
92.
Left himself on 50 after 12. Belmont, I assure you, won't do what Whitehead has been doing this week and go directly for the bullseye with dart 1, although
99.
he has got
Stefan,
time on his side
50.
because Gray's still not on a finish. And so this to take us all the way. Tops for Belmont. Now double 10. Doesn't
30.
go.
No dramas. He will be back. And like I said, a real tight affair. Game 3, 4-3. Game 4, 4-3. Game 5, 4-3.
134.
Is game 6 about to go the same?
20.
D10. Now D5.
Game
And
shot
we
on
go
sixth
all the
leg.
way.
Stefan Belmont.
3-3 between Gray and Belmont. There is more drama to ensue in this contest.
Final leg. It's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
You'd have to say, Henry, for the neutral, Belmont winning this match. And is that the closest Group C we've seen for a long time going into
43.
the third phase of games?
Group C's are just getting closer altogether here at the Super Series. The quality gap between the top and the bottom has kind of equaled up into the middle a little bit more. And so as a consequence
100.
of it, we're seeing much tighter Group C's where perhaps at the start there was a big gap in quality. And we'd see players in Group A, you'd know that they'd walk away or run away with a Group C. That's not the case anymore.
Here's a scenario for you as well. Stefan Belmont goes to his hotel last night. Does he start planning his flight home? Because sat on 2 points, 2 players overnight on 8 points. I don't think anyone really
85.
expected Stefan Belmont to qualify, but if he wins this game, arguably he's got the 3 of the easier players to finish with, if there's such a thing in this group.
Well, Moreno Blom was bottom of Group C last week, and he
60.
quite literally bought his suitcase to the venue. And I tell you what, it was a sizable suitcase at that. Good luck hauling that through customs. But he got through, and so he had to scramble around and find
52.
what bed he could find in Portsmouth to sleep in on the Friday night because he checked out of his Airbnb.
This is a new law for commentary. This talking about the size of suitcases.
100.
Welcome to the world of Henry Deacon, everyone. Stefan Belmont has stolen the throw here. This is in the balance. Needs a treble to get to a finish.
94.
Even a nod of appreciation there from Stefan. That's about the most animation you'll get from the man from Switzerland.
Would have been praying for a treble this turn.
85.
And
Stefan,
his
you require
prayers have been answered because he
170.
is going to get 6 from here to seal a second victory from 2 and suddenly put himself back in the picture. Could he do so with the fish? No is the answer on this occasion.
Yeah, really fancied that all of a sudden. Be interesting if he'd have gone for it. He's a very experienced player,
134.
Stefan. But the man from Del Monte, he says, double 18, please.
Is his wish going to be his command?
100.
And it
Stefan,
will
you
relinquish
require
Gray's
36.
command of the group. 2 games played, 2 defeats it looks like for him. And it's going to be 2 wins from 2 for Stefan Belmont, who may well be saving his best until last. He gets the better of Adrian Gray by 4 legs to 3, and he's still in the picture. He's on to 6 points, and everybody is within 2 of one another. Belmont 4, Gray 3, and there's such an interesting complexion because actually, the way the group goes, if the next 3 results go in a certain direction, all 6 players could be on 8 points going into the final couple of rounds. We kick off round number 3 with CONAN Whitehead up against Mike Gillet.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is getting very, very interesting, this Group C. The man throwing his darts overnight will have been feeling pretty confident about qualification, but we've had an incredible start to the day. And just look at that group table. Nothing to separate them. 2 points from top to bottom, so every game will be magnified now. CONAN Whitehead been playing really nicely, just not getting the result, and he's played 2, lost 2. Joe Croft, who couldn't buy a double for most of the week, just getting the rub of the green today. And we've just witnessed in the previous game, Adrian Gray in at the sparkling best he was providing yesterday. And still opportunities, and Stefan Belmont in 5th place has played 2, won 2. So all to play for Henry. And this game is massive.
Well, as I mentioned before the break, there's a possibility because CONAN Whitehead is taking on Mike Gillet, Matt Cast is taking on Adrian Gray, Stefan Belmont takes on Joe Croft, that if Gillet, Belmont and Cast win those particular matches, every single player at the end of round 3 would be tied on 8 points. And never have we had a situation, and I mean never have we had a situation where after 8 rounds worth of matches has every player been equal on points. It's never happened before.
I'm just wondering now if people are starting to think about legs difference, you know, like not only winning now, but winning big.
You have to. And there is a possibility as well, because if Gillet wins big, if the 3 games are big wins in favour of Gillet, Cast and Belmont,
Game on.
there's a possibility that we could be left in a bit of a no man's land as far as the league table is concerned. As far as Conan Whitehead's day goes, he's lost 2 matches 4-3. He hasn't played bad, not by any stretch of the imagination. Lost with a 102.5 average against Stefan Belmont. And his timing against Joe Croft, again, a little bit off. He's led 3-1 in both the matches he's played today and has then gone on to lose them. However, there could be a bittersweet irony about things, because if it does come down to a legs different scenario, the fact he only lost them games 4-3 could be what helps him through.
Well, Conan Whitehead's next 2 games are against players that sat on those 6 points in Mike Gillet in your picture and Matt Cass next. So I think he walked off the stage a very angry individual because he knew he was playing well. 2 games he was in control of. Ends up with 0 points. But with Mike Gillet, you're not always sure what you're going to get from him. He ain't playing well today, but a couple of wins you can just see there, his head shaking. He's
24.
Dragging the dart into 1, into the 3s as well. So Conan's usually good at capitalising on that.
42.
Should go 25 and ball here, but decides to stay there. 171.
71.
Leaves himself on 138. Now that's a famous finish, isn't it? To win a big game. Luke Humphries won a World Grand Prix title on 138.
Mikey require 138.
He's got 6 darts from here. Beautiful, another one of them. Double 12. And this would be for 6 perfect darts on the spin. Magic Mike!
Son of first leg, Mike Gillet.
Gillet with quite the fillet, the 138 and 6 perfect darts to break Conan Whitehead, and potentially in more ways than one.
Game on.
Yeah, I like that last line, Henry, because he's beginning to break himself up there, Conan Whitehead. He's fighting with himself. It was a case of, here we go again, when there's 2 darts, when they're treble 19, and Gillet looks very fidgety. His shoulders going up and down, almost apologetic in the 138 going. I think Mike has to stand up and be counted. He's in a good position now because of that 138. And as you rightly alluded to,
60.
Conan Whitehead's brain right now must be a mush.
Whitehead will be wondering how and why it's going as badly wrong as it is 98. Right now. There's days where sometimes everything you touch turns to gold, but then there's the other side of the Cinderella story where the gold carriage can turn into a pumpkin, and it's most certainly been the latter so far for the Barbarian.
Needs another treble 19.
95.
But Gillet's putting in a proper performance when he needed it the most. I know it's still early days, but averaging 97 and just looks 96. In better nick now than he has done at any point today.
Yeah, and making some strange decisions by steering the 19s. A single would have left a bogey number there.
72. Mikey require 130.
For a 2-0 lead. It's double 5. He's been here so many times today.
120.
And that is on the wire.
136.
Conan Whitehead needs something to happen, and it just ain't right now. And look at that reaction.
100. Mikey requires.
He's left himself on a double, and he will know that the one Achilles heel for Mike Gillet has been the outer ring.
Game shot
but no messing about here. 2-0 Gillet. 2 from 3 on the doubles.
Third leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game
in control of himself, of this game, and before too long, possibly his destiny.
75.
Now, there is a potential scenario where every player can finish level on 10 points.
140.
At the end of the day's play, which would be the most incredible. We've never had a group at the Super Series
56.
Which has seen every player finish level. We always say that Group B is probably going to be the group where that happens because you've got less players and less matches. There's 45. More of a possibility of that. And we've had nights where everybody's been on 4 points. We've never seen it happen before in a Group B, although we came close once with Budgeon and Sherrick. But for that to happen in a Group C would be an incredible feat.
Yeah, sorry, Henry. I'm just watching Conan there. He really is fighting with himself. That's the first thing I thought to.
31.
He walked to the hockey very, very quickly and just threw a dart, which is so unlike him, a small 5. And do you know the game? He just looks so happy and within himself. He looked composed. And like we use that word character an awful lot. He needs to find that right now because it's a game he can still win. But it's going to be a big ask unless he can start finding his big scoring. Difficult
41.
times for Conan Whitehead. Didn't anticipate this today.
It's almost as if the first 2 games, the first 2 defeats and the manner of them, particularly with the performances, particularly with the leads that have come and gone, it's
98.
just been one kick too far for Conan and it's just had a real drag on, a hangover effect. Well, Gillet's already had the 138. Is he going to add the 160 to the collection? No is the answer.
He doesn't need it though, but setup play. Be disappointed with that last one because 65 then gets in the realms of starting on the centre of the board and making a decision, maybe dependent on what Conan does here. If he doesn't leave a finish, which he is going to,
100.
does he start on the 25s? Because it's getting in the realms of hitting the bullseye and then things can get awkward. So decisions to be made. I don't mind that play. Just the one that creeps into 10. And when things are not going your way, Conan Whitehead, them types of finishes, it just creeps into the 10. And once again, you can see he's fidgety, Mike. Makes it almost apologetic. I'd like to see a little fist pump from Mike. But maybe not against him.
It's just not Mike's way, is it? Genuinely, he's one of the kindest,
96.
nicest people you'll ever meet through darts. I don't think there's genuinely a bad bone in his body.
But you need to sometimes, you know, Henry. You need a little bit of oomph when you're up there.
40.
It's going wrong for Whitehead here in more ways than one.
Yeah, Mike just has to stay composed.
45.
I think the biggest opponent for Conan Whitehead right now is not actually Mike Gillet. Has to start somewhere, Conan Whitehead. He's been up against 2 players who've had big comebacks against him today. The mind won't tell you right now, but if he could win this game 4-3, what a difference that would make.
96.
But your brain is just focusing on what has happened before today.
And suddenly this result would put Joe Croft to the top of the table.
59.
Such has been the madness that has ensued at the Live Lounge. Gillet, 6-2, 6-4, though he's not putting much of a dent. He's not putting any of a dent.
26.
And in matter of fact, he's now given Conan Whitehead the opportunity to break back.
I did give you that 25-1 this
38.
morning, Henry. I said Croft was the type of player to do that. I said if he could just hit his doubles, he was the value today. I wonder if he's looking at the screen in the players area right now. Because when you talk about motivation, to see yourself at the top of
92.
the table like that. He's got another game. He's got a big game, I guess, against Stefan Belmont. They're the 2 players
56.
on the upward trajectory today.
146.
Well, he's already had a 138. Can he round off a 146? Double 16. To round off a masterclass. Whitehead had his hand out ready to shake it. He thought the double 16 was going. And it could be curtains if the 128 doesn't go. Gillet will come back.
72. Mikey requires
Just not being the day for Conan Whitehead. He held his hand out in the previous 3 darts, but Mike Gillet just quietly but effectively got on with his job. It's been his best performance.
No score.
But
Conan, you require
will he rue that miss?
Well, Whitehead had his hand out a couple of visits ago, but it could be Gillet that could hand out the leg in his favour. And he finds the topsters Whitehead to keep himself in the contest. A break of throw which brings it back to 3-1. And if he can hold
Fifth
here,
leg, it's Conan to throw first.
send himself back to 3-2, suddenly it's Mike Gillet that's thinking. And Mike Gillet, who has missed 4 darts at a double to win this match.
100.
Corner could be really free-flowing right now. He'd given up the ghost in this game. And Gillet is the one who has to think he's had match darts at a double now.
45.
And they were pretty wild, weren't they? I mean, they were a long way from the desired target. And Conan is all of a sudden finding this game incredibly easy. And let's just go back to that last leg. When we mentioned the fact, imagine the mindset of Conan Whitehead if he could come and have a big comeback here, because he's played 2 games today.
100.
They've done it to him. Now's his chance, you know.
Conan's one of them players you don't analyse like you probably do 90% of the others, 90% of the rest of the field. He has his own maverick flair, his own maverick way, and sometimes you don't know how, but
96.
he manages to, by and large, find that way to whatever success he's craving. He was looking for the treble 18 to leave himself the bullseye.
78.
About that with dart 3 means it's only 86 upon his return. Gillet can punish with a big turn.
Yeah, I just get the sense that Mike's just trying to work with his rhythm right now.
Conan, you require
He
86.
said to me earlier, he feels he's playing better when he's playing a bit quicker. But that might just suit this man in your picture, you know.
36.
Do you reckon he goes bullseye first dart when he returns?
Well, the way his mind is right now, yes, I do. I just think he is all over the place, but in reality,
50.
if he can check out in this leg.
34. Mike, you require 160.
Well, he's already had a ton topper. He's threatened another. He is not going to finish on the 160. And no quicker was Gillet in a position
41.
to win 4-2.
Conan, you require 16.
Now he's in a position where he could be hauled back to 3-2. But that's awkward. What can he see and what can he find of that?
I'm also thinking Mike Gillet, that last start he had, 119, is certainly not a gimme. And Conan Whitehead, he could have his own show here. I mean, he's thrown virtually... What a dart that is, by the way. I mean, that must be thrown from about 9 foot.
Barbaric from the Barbarian.
6th leg, it's Mike to throw first.
He was in a different postcode, but then found the double 8. Gillet's got another chance to serve it out, but this one is under more pressure than the last. This time, he knows Conan's breathing down his neck, and breathing quite heavily. But he's got a skip in his step.
125.
I'm not so sure he has. I think you could see behind, but what he is, he's free-flowing. There's not a nerve in the body. He's given up. He knows he should be in the player's area.
100.
But fair play to Gillet. 2 scores of a ton here. If he could just compose himself, Whitehead, because the bizarre thing is, if he wins this leg, he's favourite for the game.
What Gillet would give for 140 about now. It's not going to happen.
97.
Big fine with the last start, just to keep Conan possibly at bay.
And that last start of the treble there was massive. Every treble will feel like a dagger in the heart to Conan Whitehead. Why they're playing well against me? Why is what the brain's saying to Conan right now.
54.
And so, Whitehead will feel in the back of his mind he's got 6 and 191 to take us all the way. And in terms of set-up turns, that will be just what the doctor ordered. But he may not get a go. He may not get a go. Double 15.
135.
Whitehead would have believed that was going.
58.
Such drama here in Group C. Conan Whitehead has held his hand out twice to his opponent. And incredibly, from 3-0 down, his demeanour has shown that he'd given up the ghost in this game. He's still shaking. He cannot believe he's still on the hockey.
Game on.
And let's go back to 3-0 down. Imagine if he could pull this result back. This could be a real deciding factor to see Conan Whitehead in the finals tomorrow night. And penny for your thoughts, Mike Gillet.
Well, last Tuesday we saw 10 matches go 4-3 out of a possible 15. This is the 5th in a row which has gone for free.
128.
This is the most... I mean, forget the averages, forget the score and power packs, forget statistics left, right and centre. This has been
95.
just the most bizarre game, which sums up this group here and sums up this Friday as well. The ups and downs. Just when you think Conan Whitehead's got it,
22.
he's 100 points ahead with his darts. Scores 22. Go figure, Henry.
134.
Been more giveaways than a radio station at Christmas.
What a dart, that first one again.
101.
To term I use, everyone's like gold dust right now. He just needs a little bit of composure right now. One thing that Mike Gillet will always have.
80.
But it's missed opportunities for Gillet.
Who has missed match darts in this contest. He missed 4 to win it 4-0. Then missed a couple of legs later.
60. Mikey require
But
164.
Is he going to get one last chance on the 164?
I think there's another twist in this game. I still think there's another twist because the 92 finish for Conan Whitehead. Does he go the treble 20? Does he go bullseye first? Because the setup play here from Gillet is
92.
excellent. That'll do
Require
nicely.
92.
You said there was another twist in the tail.
40.
Gillet comes
Mikey
back for
requires
72 to eventually cross the finishing line. And Whitehead has got a single to double if he misses.
He will expect. He's held his hand out twice already for Gillet. What an incredible game that was.
Mike Gillet.
A game that Mike Gillet led 3-0. A game that Conan Whitehead was suddenly become favourite going in that last leg. But a missed opportunity there for Conan Whitehead, and he can't get up the stage quick enough. And for Mike Gillet, it might be a joke to the referee, and how on earth did it win that? He was the better player throughout. Conan Whitehead's biggest opponent was himself in that game, and he still had an opportunity at the end. Incredible. What a Group C. Please stay with us. Another 4-3, and next up it's Matt Cast against Adrian Gray.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we could be set for a photo finish in this Group C. Before the break, Mike Gillet got the better of CONAN Whitehead by 4 legs to 3. And so it means now that 4 of the 6 players find themselves on 8 points. CONAN Whitehead just about finds himself top of the group. If Matt Cast can beat Adrian Gray here, 5 of the 6 players would be on 8. And then if Stefan Belmont can beat Joe Croft, we've got a dead heat in this Group C scenario. It has been dramatic, crazy, mind-boggling, bizarre. You name your adjective, insert it here. That is exactly what this group has been. But Matt Cast, who's had
85.
1 win, 1 defeat so far today, very much in the picture. And ironically, the 2 players that have struggled the most today are the 2 players that won 4 from 5 on Thursday. This is Gray and Whitehead.
45.
But once again, Adrian Gray comes into a game on the back of a defeat, knowing that if he wins, he's back in pole position again.
121.
I mean, you've seen every group, every scenario, but this must be one to remember.
41.
I'm sure I'll find a way of not forgetting it. I'm sure my photographic memory will make sure of that.
55.
I mean, put yourself in the thought process of Adrian Gray. It's been it's been a disastrous start for the 2 players overnight. Who we could have been talking now that the Group C's over. CONAN Whitehead and Adrian Gray have won their opening games. We were looking at a potential just seeing out how the placings go. But I mean, I genuinely can't pick 2 players. I mean, incredibly, CONAN Whitehead is still top of the table because of that. But with Joe Croft to come, bizarre.
Tops.
80.
Doesn't go, but Adrian Gray is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's been a disastrous day for Adrian. I mean, I watched him yesterday.
78.
And I said to you before the dart was thrown that, he's proved me wrong. What could have gone wrong today?
No score.
Well, that's certainly gone wrong for Matt Cast, and that last dart was throwing a little bit of frustration. One thing that Cast has done well today is the doubles.
90.
And the one relief is the fact that Adrian Gray has been, pretty much been a streak back, hasn't he? However, he's lurking around on 72, and he's going to get
16.
a go.
Adrian, you require 72.
6 missed darts at a double for a player whose strength has been his finishing. And Adrian Gray will have a wry smile on his face again because he hasn't been in this leg.
40. Matt, you require
6 darts have come and gone for Matt Cast so far in this opening leg. And the misses continue. And continue to magnify. But finds it last dart in hand to lead 1-0. The double 2 eventually goes. The first leg eventually goes. Just when it looked like Adrian Gray could have picked up a pocket of gold there. I suppose there's always a silver lining.
140.
I suppose the question is, Glenn, is it going to be a grey day here at the Live Lounge?
44. 100.
Can you pick 2 players right now?
Joe Croft looks the most likely for me at this present moment. But he's the only one I'd gamble on.
100.
I tell you what, do not rule out Stefan Belmont.
Yeah, that's where I was, hence the question.
He's just giving himself a sniff, isn't he? Wins his next one, he'll be on 8, and no matter what happens in this game, he's in the mix.
100.
He'd be happy
Adrian,
to,
you require 161.
if Adrian won this one, concede P1 there, Adrian, but know that everybody's still hanging around P2.
Yeah, there's that Rice smile.
123.
What a difference a day makes, he'll be thinking to himself. Averaging well in the 90s yesterday. Far from that
39.
today.
Adrian, you require 38.
But he is dominating this game, apart from one stat. He can't even hit the 6 for double 16 right now. Everything feels so difficult.
22.
Luckily for him, he's got time on his side.
100. Adrian, you require 16.
2-8, Sir Adrian Gray.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes,
second
level
leg.
we are,
Adrian Gray.
1-1 in this contest. It's our middle match of our Group C
Third leg,
campaign.
it's
There's
Matt to
still,
throw first.
after this
Game
game
on.
is completed, 7 more matches this afternoon. And the good news is, we are here all day long, because we'll be back tonight for Group B from 10 p.m.
59.
on the Super Series YouTube channel. Well, you can if you like, but I won't be there.
Don't you get sick of talking about yourself? No. I mean, really?
100.
This is coming, ladies and gentlemen, from Boring Duzzer himself.
I might be boring, but it's not all about me. No one cares you're not here tonight.
100.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. Chris Murphy is in the chair from 10 o'clock, and I can already hear in my ear everybody is really pleased to hear about that.
140.
Ton 40 start here for Gray. Is the tide turning for
41.
Adrian? Like I said, it's been an awful start for him. Not what he planned when he walked at the venue around about 8 o'clock this morning. But all of a sudden, darts will give you
140.
opportunities. And by far his best leg of the day so far. Left 1-2-1 after 9. Dare I say, looking good.
Just kicking into gear, isn't he, at the right time, whereas for Matt Cast, well,
140.
he's been a
Adrian, you
bit
require
like that Oasis track. He's
121.
just beginning to slide away. And little by little of his chances beginning to diminish. It could be as quickly as Champagne Super over for the
53.
MK Don.
Matt, you require 161.
161. Does not go. And so Gray will come back for 68. Remember,
66.
he got a real
Adrian,
slow
you
start in this
require
encounter.
68.
But he can find himself 2-1 up.
Yeah, he's looked good. Normally so adept on his doubles. Just, again, the camera angle maybe doesn't show the angle of that first start there.
Game
But
shot
he's
on the
able just
third
to
leg.
manoeuvre
Adrian
across
Gray.
the hockey to the left-hand side. From being 1-0 down, Adrian Gray. And provisionally goes
Fourth
top
leg,
of the
it's
table.
Adrian to throw
That's
first.
what a win in
Game
this bizarre old Group C can do. If someone can just go on a little run during this mid-match part of this competition on the second and final day, they'll put themselves in a fantastic... Because when you start seeing yourself on
43.
10, 12, 14 points will qualify today, that's for sure.
Just like that song goes, you've got to
99.
fight for your right to Darty, Party and Pompey. And you can be here tomorrow evening at the Live Lounge. That's the QR code that you need to see. It takes you to
137.
www.dartshop.tv. And if you're lucky enough, Glenn Durrant's in the building. And if you're very lucky, he might give you a £5 to take a photo.
76.
Alongside the world famous Mr. Phil Bars.
You not here, Henry?
96.
Will you be standing at the door even though you're not working, shaking people's hands?
I am at a wedding tomorrow night, Glenn.
Anyone we know, Henry?
100.
Glenn leads Henry into another famous name.
Nope. I'm not going to name who, but I'm going to have a very nice car journey tomorrow, a very nice wedding tomorrow. Well, I'm not having a wedding, but...
108.
Right, Gray's leaving himself 45 after 12, and he's looking to put himself on the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
100. Adrian, you require 45.
Average is moving in excess of 90 here. Really going through the gears for 14 data. 2 8s. Beautiful.
On four flag.
And Gray's
Adrian
3-1
Gray.
up, and suddenly what looked like a great day could turn into a blue sky finish for Adrian.
5th flag. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's sort of come from nowhere, hasn't it? But it's on the basis of some excellent finishing. He's beginning to find that treble 20, and maybe the fact is his opponent is struggling. His opponent who,
81.
like I said, we've talked an awful lot about his finishing being good. 1 from 9. That's not what Matt Cass needed, and a win here for Matt Cass would have put him right in the mix. So it'll be a disappointed
140.
Matt if he does go back. But yeah, Adrian Gray, this is by far his best performance, averaging over 90.
Matt Cass must be thinking, why does it always rain on me on this Friday afternoon? Whereas for Adrian Gray, the grass might be greener on the other side if he can pick up a win in this one. It move him on to 10 points.
100.
And on number 10, he could be knocking at the door. As a Matt Cass, it will feel like a blur. If he's to lose this one, I would hope it'd be a bit like a blur. He'd be heading back to his house, his very big house in the country.
100. Matt, you require 140.
This to save the match. Another one of them. Would have left double 10. But Gray
82.
to finish off in style.
Adrian, you require 161.
Tough ask, but it's a chance. Not anymore. He'll stay up there. Could use the bull with the last.
90. Matt, you require 58.
I suppose all those years of playing soft tip, he'd be good round the centre of the board.
Game shot on
That's the
fifth
Matt
flag,
Cass finishing
Matt
that we've come used to the past 2 days. It let him down early in this match, but like I say, this bizarre
Sixth
group C,
flag,
we've
it's
seen
Adrian to
comeback
throw
after
first.
comeback after
Game on.
comeback, and an incredible amount of 4-3s that we're even looking in the record books of how many consecutive 4-3s. And if this one goes the distance
97.
again, we could be looking at a new record.
$41.
We've had more legs here than there are in a family worth of spiders.
$76.
I got that joke off the web.
58.
I had a feeling today was going to be a tough gig, but this is going to new realms.
85.
Well, Gray here is on the cusp.
85.
And following what was 2 very poor performances out the gate, he could be able to arrest the situation.
$41.
Apologies, Adrian. Commentator's curse. 100 points behind his cast. Just dropping low on that treble 20. So Gray's getting
93.
another opportunity. He's on darts, he's on throws, so he'll want to see this match out on this occasion. 6 starts from 202 will be the plan. Things just going awry again.
When you think something's happening in one direction, does the
42.
other thought tend to then follow? And so Gray's left himself on a finish, but suddenly, when it looked like Adrian was in prime position to take this match out, could Cast, if he had
60.
found the treble,
Adrian,
be
you require 160.
in one to take us all the way.
It's a slide to the left and a slide to the right for Adrian Gray at the moment, but that
74.
last start could be a
Matt, you
saviour.
require 164.
Tall order from 164 for Matt Cast. With Adrian Gray and a 2 darter, but again, the slide is there.
There was a slide to the left and a slide to the right, and Matt Cast could be crisscrossing his way towards the exit door
82.
very shortly. If Adrian Gray could take out the 86, it would move him on to 10 points in the group. It keep Cast on 6. It could cast him aside, but a slip into the single four means bull or treble 14. Bullseye was the intended route, and 82 is what Matt Cast is looking at to take us all the way.
Yeah, the shake of the head there, because as we mentioned, he's normally so good in the centre of that ball, but he's had this match
82.
in the palm of his hands. Well, Matt Cass will become favourite if this 82 goes. Will he have more joy centre? That'll do, because a big 17. Oh, dear me. Dear me, Matt.
And Adrian Gray comes back. Should have 2 in hand at tots to win this contest 4-2. Oh my.
No score.
And he's bust the score because he's hit the double 19.
60.
Absolutely incredible. And it is gift wrap this game to Adrian Gray.
Another bizarre match on a bizarre day here at the Modus Super Series. But it's Adrian Gray by hook or by crook. Gets over that winning line. Does stop that incredible run of 4-3 games, but another missed opportunity for Matt Cast. Is that the end of his chances of winning this group? How does Adrian Gray feel about it? Well, I think that does, because it's been a disastrous day so far for Adrian Gray, who sat pretty overnight. His doubles being the big difference between the pair of them there. Adrian Gray, he moves on to 10 points. Will Joe Croft match that? He's up next against Stefan Belmont.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Adrian Gray get the better of Matt Cass by 4 legs to 2. And so we enter the final game from the third cycle of matches, and it sees Joe Croft and Stefan Belmont go toe-to-toe in our final fixture in round 3. As far as Croft's concerned, it's been so far so good. 2 victories under his belt. A 4-2 success against Matt Cast, followed up by a 4-3 win against Conan Whitehead. For Belmont, well, it has been brilliant from him. 2 wins, both by a 4-3 scoreline. 2 good performances in there as well. There is a potential possibility that this game could be the best game as far as Group C on Friday is concerned.
Well, it's the 2 players, both with the upward trajectory. That's certainly the case. We've been waiting for this type of performance from Stefan Belmont, haven't we?
41.
But it's still the inconsistency still there. And like we said, Joe Croft is the one whose day it's been today so far. He's the one who looks likely to win games. But Stefan Belmont's arguably had his 2 toughest. We want to see out the job if he can get victory in this game. So, yeah, I totally agree. This is a really big game for both.
And when you put it into
85.
If you put it all into isolation, Stefan Belmont doesn't become a bad player overnight because he hasn't had the success here that perhaps he would have expected this week.
140.
And it's almost half in the back of your mind, that expectation that a player like Stefan at any moment is going to click into gear and suddenly things happen for him. And it looks like today that is very much been the case. 99 and 88 the averages, 2 good wins. And suddenly he's piling it upon Crofty in this opening leg.
125.
I think the way that dart's lying, you could be seeing a bullseye attempt with the last dart.
47.
How Croft would have loved to chub with the last dart to leave himself on a 2-darter. 116 very much makeable for him, but you'll expect Belmont to leave it far handier. But again, it's a slip into the treble 1.
Yeah, and it's been a slow start again from Stefan Bell. I'm wondering if he's got his practice routine right at the back before they come on, because Croft looking good here. Is he going to have a game where he can really ping his doubles, because that's all that's missing for Crofty.
The missing piece of the jigsaw. Belmont cannot piece together the 145, and so Crofty will come back for double 10 to get the break and to take a 1-0 lead.
59.
And suddenly we can have a position here where the former champion Conan Whitehead is in a spot above with Croft can win this one, and it's a 16-dart break to start.
Yeah, good shout, Henry, because for the first time in a long time in this Group C, Conan Whitehead provisionally is not in the top 2 places that you need to be in to qualify for Saturday night.
30.
And I just wonder whether Joe is one of those players that has heaped so much expectation on himself to get through to a Saturday night, because that's how good he is, and that's
35.
kind of where his reputation lays as a minimum in terms of requirement, definitely. That when he gets there, maybe the shackles will be off a little bit, and because of that, you may see him play a bit more freely, and if he does that, he could be a dangerous player come tomorrow night. He has to qualify first, of course, but...
Yeah, I have a sense that that would be the case as well. I think looking at his ADC form, he's a proven winner.
140.
And to play in front of that crowd as well. Like I said, that throw it ticks a lot of boxes for me. I think 60. The thing that's disappointed me, you can see his facial responses. I think sometimes he's let himself down just on the mental side of the games. It can frustrate when you're not hitting your doubles. And I think that's been the sort of my assessment of Joe Croft this week.
Still very much a developing player is Crofty. And 97. This year's been a massive step in the right direction. We saw him do some good stuff at the back end of 2023, but winning that Riley's qualifier, playing at the UK Open, and then having such a good year on the ADC tour that he's going to qualify for the Global Championship. 55. He is ticking a lot of boxes very quickly in terms of his development into a very good player at this level.
Yeah, there's been a lot of love for Belly in the
32.
Live chat.
Require 143.
A little bit of love for you as well. Henry, your commentary is golden. From HD Media as Belmont looks at 143.
Football Fans TV, they seem like a good bunch, don't they? I'll make sure I send a signed photo over. But Belmont here looking to square this contest up at one apiece and to break Croft back.
100.
Well,
Stephanie
the usual
41.
slow start from Belmont. But a chance for a 17 darter here. If this double 16 goes. This for a level game.
25. Joe, you require 124.
So can Crofty find something a bit shifty, a bit nifty? But he is unable to
56.
take thee, and so Belmont comes back for double
16.
8.
Yeah, you're waiting for that type of moment, aren't you, from Joe Croft right now? But Belmont to get into this game. Usually
Gates
so
on
solid.
the second leg, Stefan Belmont.
And a level game.
One apiece it is.
Third leg, it's Stefan.
Here's one for you.
Game on.
Stefan Belmont has played every leg possible today. Joe Croft has played every leg bar one possible today. So, if you're betting on the over 5.5 legs market, if you are 18 plus begambleaware.org, between now and the end of the day, that feels like the best market to have a bit of a flutter on, because there's a lot of games that are going tight on this Friday afternoon. It's probably the safest market to bet on because the results are going X, Y, Z. There's not a guarantee of maximums today. That feels like the only guarantee that we're getting this afternoon.
I think the only game that could be one-sided is that you've got two disappointed players coming up next in Cast and Whitehead.
140.
That could be a runaway winner from because you've got two disappointed players there. But I see the rest of the day going tight because there's so much, still on offer. We still cannot pick the two players. Adrian Gray looking good after that last performance. But the interesting one for me is Belmont.
He's just lurking, isn't he? He's
95.
lurking like a shark on July the 4th in a 1970s film.
Free Willy?
100.
Well, he's on for the 5-ton leg. 4 tons, 101. Get your red pen out, Glenn.
Yeah, it's one of the, for a dart player, it's one of the special ways
95. Stefan, you require 101.
to win a leg. He'll know that as well. He'll know that the consistency's been here in the leg. And he's going to get a dart for the almost perfect leg. The almost perfect 15 darter.
81. Joe, you require 130.
Is that the only dart he's going to get at a double in this leg? Croft looking for the third successive break to kickstart the match. And he's going to get a dart at double 18. And he finds the double 18. And Crofty breaks again. He leads 2-1 thanks to that ton topper.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first.
We did sort of call it, didn't we? We did say 25-1 Joe Croft was the one if he could sort out his doubles. The belief's coming back.
100.
An awful lot of things have gone right for Joe with some of the results around him. But he seems to be the one right now. And if he starts pinging his double, 2 from 3 in this game, all of a sudden you've got a different player on your hands.
140.
And let's not forget the simplicity of the fact that sometimes when you're in a position that Joe's in and you've won a lot of games this year, sometimes you have to, the numbers that we write down, you have to throw them out the window because sometimes you've got to trust a player's innate ability to win a darts match no matter what the circumstance. And that's exactly what Joe Croft's doing
92.
here. He's won games in different fashions. He's won with a 74. He's won with an 86. He's won games where he's missed a lot of doubles. In this game, he's been reliable on the doubles. Sometimes every single game has just got to be treated individually, and that's exactly what Joe's doing right here, right now, and he's getting success as a consequence of it today.
Yeah, one thing we haven't mentioned is that
59.
fatigue can kick in round about now. Like I said, this is the 5th time these two have played each other this week. Seems a long way away since the first start was thrown by this man in your picture on Monday morning.
85.
It's how much you want it right now. I suppose the big characters, the big egos in the room, they're not having a good day in CONAN Whitehead. If he's a little bit quiet in there, might be quite tense in the players' room.
And you get the sense that Joe's the type of person that,
140.
not in a bad way, but it's the type of
Stefan,
person
you
you
require
know exactly
110.
how they are feeling at a certain moment. Belmont maybe not so, but Belmont could be level if he can find a ton top of his own in response to the 1-1-3 of Croft. Belmont couldn't fire the 110.
Didn't fancy the tops on this occasion. Maybe that's because of some of the attempts recently. Things are changing for Joe Croft.
No score.
No is the answer.
Well,
it could be changing back because Belmont could break back and this breakathlon could continue. 4 legs played. 4 breaks a throw. And Belmont brings us back to 2-2 and we've got another marathon match here at the Super Series.
My eyes aren't great these days, but was that a celebration there from Stefan Belmont?
Game on.
Indeed it was. He knew the pivotal nature of that leg. It could well be the darted double 8 which keeps him in the equation because remember, if he wins this match, he moves on to 8 points and 60. It congeals the table once more. Adrian Gray would be the front runner on 10, but everybody else would be in the picture and still
100.
Conan Whitehead, despite those 3 defeats, would still be in a qualification position.
That's incredible, isn't it?
58.
And Conan Whitehead will fancy his chances in his last 2 games. Matt Cast. But then that game that we identified first thing this morning,
96.
that penultimate game of the day, Conan Whitehead and Adrian Gray, good friends as well. It's never easy because you'd rather play someone you really dislike, actually, in that scenario.
So there'd been no problem if you were playing
58.
me in the last fixture, Glenn.
Me. Super dart. Remember, this is against the throat.
92.
It's that situation there where you know that you're going 3 or 5, you go the 18s, but when you hit the treble, you know if you hit the single 18s, 2 treble 20s, but when you hit the treble, what do I actually need?
94.
And so Croft looking for a 5th successive break throw in this contest.
100.
Very rare that you see all 7 legs in a Super Series match go against throw, but there is a high possibility of that happening. And look what Joe's left himself on. The 113, which he hit a couple of legs ago.
46.
Yeah, good board measure there, Belmont, but the execution, not good enough. Treble 19 for Croft. No dramas. No
57.
pressure coming back from Belmont.
Possibility here for Croft to take command of the game right here, right now. As a matter of fact, Joe Croft won this fixture 4-0 yesterday. It was the final match of 4 consecutive games that went by a 4-0 scoreline. Fair to say today it's been a complete and opposite.
Yeah, it's a real nervy, tight Group C. But it's Croft at the moment. He seems to be the shining light, doesn't he? He could join Adrian Gray at the top on 10 points, and we've said before so many times that when your player goes back and you see yourself on double figures, it is a real momentum boost. He has the darts to see out this game, and after that first one and second one, Croft is a big favourite to go joint top of the table.
Well, we've seen 5 breaks of throw in this contest. Joe Croft is hoping that the one and only hold is the one that sees him have a stranglehold of P2
57.
going into the final couple of rounds of matches. A win here would mean that Gray would be on 10 plus 5, Croft would be on 10 plus 4, Whitehead would be on 8 plus 4, but Conan does have Matt Cast, who is the bottom place player, in the next.
38.
And Adrian Gray takes on Joe Croft in the final game of the 4th lap of fixtures.
What a difference confidence makes.
140.
He just looks a totally different player, does Joe Croft. When we're watching him on Monday and Tuesday. He had some successes on Wednesday. Overnight, they've been disappointed with just the 2 wins. But now he's moments away. And he'll be able to just touch that qualification.
43. Joe, you require 100.
For the match. Tops. Stays with the treble.
When your opponent's on 3-6-3, you don't need to go tops. Very sensible play. Was
60.
concerned for the busting there. But everything has gone right in this leg, including Belmont just not scoring whatsoever. until now.
171.
But even
Don't
that maximum
require
visit
40.
does nothing. It's a poor dart, but can Croft cross the finishing line? Double 16. To put him onto 10 points in the group. And it puts him in P2 and puts him in a good position. And it puts it in his own hands now. He beats Stefan Belmont by 4 legs to 2. And so it means the top 2 cannot be separated. In fact, Joe Croft, as a consequence, goes top of the table after the end of the 8th round of matches. Adrian Gray in P2, Whitehead and Gillet on 8, Belmont and Cast on 6. That's how the table occupies going into round 4 of our day, which kickstarts with Matt Cast and Conan Whitehead after this short break.
What a day. What a Group C here at the Modus Super Series. Conan Whitehead just to the back two that overnight was in a fantastic position. And it's just all gone badly wrong for him. And he's just witnessed a win for Joe Croft in that last game there against Stefan Belmont. And for the first time since the first game yesterday, Conan Whitehead is not in a qualifying position. He's now relying on others losing. And he just has to concentrate on his own job. But if you just look at the scorelines, they're so tight. So many games, 4-2, 4-3. It's been a nervy, intriguing day. But it's Joe Croft who's come through the pack. He sits pretty at the top on 10 points. Adrian Gray just suddenly found his scoring boot in his finishing in his previous game. He's in a qualifying position. But for Conan Whitehead, what a day. Mike Gillet and Belmont, Matt Cast, maybe their chances have now gone, but still all to play for. Matt Cast probably need to win his previous game against Adrian Gray, but lost 4-2. That's the man in your picture just throwing his darts now. But Conan Whitehead, honestly, I've known him for a long time. He had steam coming out of his ears. There might be a bit of a smile there, but he knows he has to win his final 2 games and then, rely on other results, Henry.
Smiling through the pain is the former champion. As for Matt Cast, but he would have come in today, yes, on the back foot, but still harbouring hopes of progressing through to a first finals night. He was only a couple of wins off of Whitehead and Gray at the top of the table, but he's now the player who occupies bottom spot in the league standings. He's seen Stefan Belmont overtake him after what's been a fairly good day for him. But Conan Whitehead, he can still manage to arrest the situation. A similar style to what Adrian Gray did against Matt Cast in the previous match.
Yeah, a plasterer by trade is Matt Cast. In fact, he's a plaster cast. Been waiting all day for that one, Henry.
Better than the Mexican carpenter joke.
I thought you said it was a carpenter.
Underlay.
140.
Even a couple of wins now for Conan White. He's not guaranteed.
If he gets to 12 with a good legs difference, he could be... I mean, the one thing that saves Conan is the fact that the last 2 games for Adrian Gray are against Croft and Conan.
Yeah, good shout.
And so effectively, what Joe Croft wants is to beat Adrian Gray, and that's what Conan will want as well, because effectively what that would mean is Croft would be on 12 points.
70.
And only one other player, if Croft beat Gray, would be able to join Croft on 12. So Joe Croft would be through, and if Whitehead wins this one, the game between Whitehead and Gray would be an effective elimination match for the final spot through.
Yep, all subjective right now, because that's all subject to Conan Whitehead beating Matt Cast.
Conan, you require 82.
And Conan's first down to what you would expect. Well, it's not guaranteed, because 63 points left. If he hits a single 13 here, that is very, very awkward. Well, he threw a dart earlier on the right-hand side of the hockey, and it was, for me, the dart of the day.
Game shot on the first
that
leg.
rivals it.
Conan Whitehead.
He is finding what he has no right to hit.
Second leg, it's Conan to
but
throw
he may,
first.
he hopes, find himself in a position where he could begin to kick on and use that as a springboard.
The blue touch paper has been licked.
100.
You leave my blue touch paper alone, Glenn.
$100.
Well, what can Conan do? And this is the one thing as well with Conan today, is he's had a couple of games where he's built up big
79.
leads. He led 3-1 in his game against Stefan Belmont. He had led 3-1 against Joe Croft, lost both of them 4-3. And so he'll be thinking, right, I don't want any fuss here whatsoever. No dramas, get the job done, get out of there, make the other players win.
Oh, every time he's taking control, he's getting I mean, that was plumbing the treble 20.
120.
That'll make it feel a bit better.
Averaging, Glenn, exactly 100.
$45.
Where are you taking me for tea tonight then, Henry?
Well, I'll tell you what, Glenn, I've got a lovely place for you.
Hang on, before, have you brought your wallet
92.
this time?
Yes, I'll tell you what, I'll flash it in front of the little camera we've got in the commentary box. Yes, I've got my wallet on me. And as you can hear, it's quite wafty.
100. Conan, you require 110.
I'm getting a double cheeseburger then.
Happy meal. And this would be a happy return for Whitehead.
50. Matt, you require 156.
We've seen the 156 this week. We ain't going to see it from Cast.
54.
Pretty
Conan,
rapid game this one, in less
60.
than 4 minutes. Conan Whitehead could be two legs up. Topsy needs.
Oh no, Co.
28. Matt, you require
And he may want to look away
102.
because this would be so systematic to his day if this 102 went for Matt Cast. Bull or treble 14. Tops was what he preferred. But
35.
Whitehead is going to have 3 darts in hand
32.
at double 16. The double that won him the title. It's not going to win him leg 2. And again, it's another precarious dart at double 8, which goes a begging.
Matt, you require 67.
For 1-1. It's tops.
47.
It's just below, and Whitehead will get a reprieve.
16.
Making hard work of this leg, and he may lose this leg, Conan Whitehead.
You require 20.
Yeah, I was about to say this could be the most routine game of the day.
Conan
White is making things very difficult, and Matt Cast with that double 10 levels things up.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
7 darts at a double in that previous leg, and he knows, does Co.
Yeah, you
55.
say he knows. I really enjoyed watching He Know last week in Conor Heenahan. Remember, that crowd makes all the difference tomorrow night. Hope we see a fair few again tomorrow.
43.
Do you want to do that magic trick where you say Hocus Pocus QR Codus and it comes up on the screen? There you go, it's like magic.
Well, I didn't even say it though.
Well, I'll tell you what, take the QR code down. Take the QR code down. Down. Okay, maybe not.
36.
Anyway, you can. That QR code means you could be here tomorrow night. Oh, go on. There you go. It's your go, Glenn.
Hocus Pocus QR Codus. What has happened to my
96.
life? Premier League champion to Hocus Pocus. Unbelievable.
But you could be here tomorrow night. It's £2 booking fee via www.dartshop.tv. You can reserve your ticket to be here on a Saturday night, or indeed any Saturday night here at the Super Series. He's scanning that QR code.
128.
7 missed dart at a double. Opening scores are 43 and 36 for Conan Whitehead. He just took his time with those 3 darts. And a couple of treble 18.
85.
Just brings him back into this leg. 60 points behind. It's on the throw of Cast.
This is what Conan can do. He can turn a leg. In the case of a visit, he had those 2 poor scores of 43 and 36. He's followed up with a 1-2-8 and a max. And suddenly,
67.
Matt is all at sea.
Conan, you require
Yeah, he just took his time, didn't he? That was something that was very noticeable, Conan. And it's probably the best 6 darts he's thrown in a while today. Can't check out now.
56.
Left himself on a single to double upon his return, and it feels like now Conan has got this game pretty much where he wants it. Matt, you could tell he's
44.
visibly
Conan,
struggling,
you
and
require
Whitehead has
58.
just found a level which he could be comfortable at, and he could be comfortable in this contest because
Yeah, Shauna's
tops means he
third
gets
leg,
the break
Conan
and leads
Whitehead.
2-1.
Yeah, double no problem in the first leg. Double no problem in the third leg. He did
Fourth
faff
leg,
around
it's
in that
Conan's to
second
throw
leg.
First. Game
And when
on.
the table is tight as this, I'm just wondering if every leg, the importance that we could go down to leg difference. As Henry alluded to, there's still some interesting matchups at the top of the table in the penultimate and final matches for these players. Conan still has the opportunity to see
45.
this game out. A game, once again, he'd expect to win. And then set up what he will see as a blockbuster against Adrian Gray for arguably qualification Saturday night.
Well, Conan will go into that with the air of it being a...
66.
You wouldn't call it a quarterfinal game. You'd probably call it a last 16 type game. It's a knockout match nonetheless. And that's probably where Conan comes alive.
84.
Look what he's done on the BDO circuit in the past, winning tournaments at knockout phases, winning a whole championship week here.
96.
When it comes to those games where everything's on the line and you win or you go home, Conan usually conjures up the goods.
57.
He'd then hope that Croft does the job because Joe Croft's possibly not his opposition now.
85.
If he beats Agent Great, it's simple. It's a knockout match. You win, you stay in. You lose, you go home. Croft is in.
Again, subject to Whitehead winning this game.
39.
And darts like that ain't going to get him over the winning line. It's really scrappy. I'll tell you what is a narrative to put to this. He's played blindingly well today at times, Conan Whitehead, and lost with big averages. Wouldn't it be typical of the Modus Super Series that a scrappy mid-70 average wins a game for him?
$100. Matt, you require 114.
Well, he's got 6 here from 114, Matt, to skirt up at 2 apiece. And he's going to get a dart at tops to take out the 114, but it just drags below.
But nothing Whitehead can do on 176.
That's begging for a triple.
100.
Had to be a
Matt,
triple. And it just keeps Matt thinking. And double 10 will square this contest up at 2-2.
Yeah, I'm fixated with the provisional table. Conan Whitehead was top of the table again.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
And the difference between that double going in. His qualification comes Saturday night. Conan will have played one more game more than the top 2.
108.
Wowzer.
180. Number 180. But that was not the cry that Conan wanted to hear from Jack
41.
Garwood. Because he is in a spot of bother. There was a moment where it looked like Conan was taking control of this contest, and suddenly
85.
now this game is seesawed, it's swung, and it's flipped in the direction of Matt Cast, you feel.
But how many times has that happened to Conan today?
41.
We go back to his opening game with Stephen Belmont. His second game with Joe Croft, who's in control of those matches. It was a bizarre game with Joe Croft when he was 3-0 down, pulled it back to 3-3. The hard work was done, but just couldn't see it out. It's been one of the worst days for Conan Whitehead at the Modus Super Series. That, I'm certain.
You'd had big expectations at the beginning of the day, but anything and everything that has the potential to go wrong has gone
43.
wrong. But 53 for Cast. Conan was unable to do anything
57.
about the situation.
Matt, you require 53.
Double 18.
Game shot
14 data, much improved for Matt. 3-2 Cast leads, and Conan could be cast away.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
You know, sometimes you look at the head-to-heads and then, try and predict the result. I mean, this one, yes, it was a 4-0 victory for Conan Whitehead, averaging just shy of 99.
98.
This is why we love this sport. Every day, just different challenges, different results. The
100.
unpredictability of darts.
What's it the great Rod Studd would say? Any outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem. Today has been a testament to that fact, or to that statement, shall I say. And I may also, if I may, Glenn, I mentioned the over 5.5 markets in terms of legs. Well, it's another game that has gone over that mark. But it could be over in 6.
95.
Not just in legs, but potentially in darts.
Very, very difficult moments for Conan Whitehead right now. It's the biggest sucker punch of them all.
140.
This is look at him. You can just see there what's happened. This surely is not happening to me today.
Well, this has been a real power play from 2-2 Matt Cast. There's a 14 dart in the previous leg. He's
60.
left himself
Matt,
an
you
81
require
after
81.
9. And this to seal a 4-2 win against Conan Whitehead.
It's tops as well. And Matt cast Conan aside. What a day for Conan Whitehead. Played 4, lost 4. He was top overnight. Absolute nightmare, but fair play to Matt Cast. During that game, he really did put the afterburners on. A 2-2, and an incredible way to see it out in the end. He became the better player. He added 10 points on his average in that last leg and a half. That's the best I've seen of Matt Cast today
is a little too late, but the table is tight, the games are tight. Just look at that. Joe Croft is the one who's winning games. Adrian Gray's beginning to find his scoring boots, and just look at that gaggle of players behind. So much to play for. The next game, a must win for Mike Gillet and Stefan Belmont.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth. It really is glistening on this beautiful summer's afternoon here in Portsmouth. And on what is a sunny afternoon here on the South Coast, we are none the wiser as to who's going to progress through Group C. Before the break, Matt Cars beat CONAN Whitehead by 4-2, and Mike Gillet and Stefan Belmont go toe-to-toe in this next one. And Mike Gillet could put himself back in the equation. He's almost been the forgotten man as far as this race to get into tomorrow night is concerned, because a win here against Stefan Belmont would put him onto 10 points in the group, and with a positive return in terms of legs difference, a win for Joe Croft against Adrian Gray would put him in the box seat, and he takes on Joe Croft in the final game of the session.
First leg.
Oh,
it's
does
Mike to throw
the
first.
drama continues.
Game on.
Ego chip. Henry, do you think of your puns on the fly, or do you read a thesaurus between games?
Well, they're that bad that they can't be written down. But Gillet looking to write down another victory into the logbook here against Stefan Belmont. He's had a really good day so far. Lost his first match of the day last time out against Joe Croft, but performances have been better than it has been for a lot of the week. Beat CONAN Whitehead 4-3. Beat Adrian Gray 4-3. The numbers were good in those. The numbers went down in his game against Crofty, but by and large, it's been a better day for Belmont.
Yeah, he may not say that. I think he had to win all 5 games, and there was a moment today I thought he was going to do that. I mean, he was superb, and I mean superb
100.
against Mike Gillet. Yes, it was a 4-0 victory. He was averaging just shy of 100 throughout the game. finished round about 95.5. But as we've seen, yesterday's games,
58.
yesterday's head-to-heads have meant nothing today. As someone once said, it's been a funny old day, a funny old game. Bullseye should be the shot.
116.
And so the ascendancy moves from Belmont to Gillet.
I'm just thinking in that players area now, Conan Whitehead.
38.
He's going to be incandescent in there.
A bear with a sore head. It's a good job Marvin's not in there bouncing around. Superb from Belmont here.
174.
Sublime.
You require 170.
But can Gillet fillet the fish? Not to be this time, and so
134.
Belmont has his eyes
you
on
require
2 8s,
16.
and Gillet is just in the background. Can he kiss it off the barrel? Kisses it the other side. An interesting broadcast, to say the least. I actually won an award for that week.
94.
Multi-award winning, may I add. But Gillet here,
140.
with that ton 40, is threatening the break back. And Belmont needs to find the 144 for the 2-love lead, which isn't going to go. And so Gillet will come back for 45. Square this contest up. Good leg against the darts.
54.
Yeah, nice match.
Mike, you require 45.
Been a good opening. Like you said, you sense it's more for Mike, who can get himself really in the mix.
25.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of those really ultra thin flights and some of the angles those darts are going in. This would hurt. It's bullseye. We haven't seen many bullseyes. We have now. That is smack bang in the middle. So just a reminder, Stefan can only get to 10 points. You've got 2 players already on 10 points. Then we'd start looking at legs difference. But it's going to be a major ask for Stefan Bennett. There was a little fist pump there. He still believes.
As for Mike Gillet,
62.
he might be heading down a slippery slope and his hopes might be going downhill against the Swiss. He needs all the Alps he can get.
85. $140.
Averaging 95.5. It's not as if Mike's playing badly at all. Stefan's timing has been on point in this contest. And it's on point again. Now, there is a trick to 299 in the respect of going upstairs damages the chances of you ending on a finish, because 140, of course, leaves you on 159, which is the lowest possible bogey number. So most of the modern day players will start down on the 19s. And talking about 159, that's exactly what Stefan's left.
Yeah, 134. If you ask any dart player, they'd accept that on 299. Irrespective
95.
of leaving a finish. I mean, the worst counter of everyone, Henry, was Phil Taylor himself. How many times did he leave 165, 159s?
It's fair to say that his scoring power got himself out of jail in those particular moments. We've seen it similarly from Leonard Gates as well in the
70.
World Seniors in recent times. But Gillet here, dart at tops to bring it back to 2-1. Good dart into the top corner.
Gillet.
That tops is helping him out at key moments today, and it's helped him out again here.
4th leg. It's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Best game for a while, this one. Both pretty free-flowing. The averages confirm that as well. A lot of the matches today has been just a little bit nervy, just so
60.
much on each game. And I just sense that both of them are probably thinking their chances have gone. Like I said, a win here for Gillet still makes it very interesting for him, but certainly
28.
up until them darts, producing the best.
Well, Belmont ran out a 4-0 winner in this game against Mike Gillet. Actually played really well in this contest. It's the only game Stefan won.
140.
Averaged 95.43, was 4 from 9 on his doubles. And sometimes you do find, don't you, Glenn, that there's opponents that you face that some reason or another bring the best out of you. And maybe Mike Gillet's one of those players for Stefan where he just feels really comfortable, really at home against.
Stefan's a methodical player, and
100.
this is superb. This is superb. Averaging over 103 now, Stefan. I never liked running after Ricky Evans. I would rather have played a Mike. It's just a nice pace to play. He's quick in between the hockey, and you're absolutely right. I think that's suiting Stefan.
The Goldilocks pace. It's not too fast, it's not too slow, it's just right. That's what they said about their porridge, wasn't it?
140. Stefan, you require 64.
That's for Stefan. 2 8s for 3-1. He's miscounted. He's miscounted.
48.
Wow, well,
Mike,
it's a miscalculation at the worst possible point for Stefan Belmont. Mike's lurking over, wondering what's happened. It's all just began to ring in the ears of Stefan Belmont, who's only just realised the error of his ways. Well, this would be some way to punish if Gillet could take out the 108. Look at the blush.
It's such a routine finish as well. That's 5 days of darts. Still has a chance, 87 points left. So treble 17 will be the desired target.
Right, so it's 8-8 Stefan.
78. Check 68. Stefan, you require 16.
For 3-1. Got there in the end. Belmont leads 3-1. Yeah, he needed one dart at 8-8.
Yeah, an interesting dynamic there. It was very nice of Mike Gillet to tell him what.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Would he have listened to you require 16, or will he have been fixated on the 4-4? It might have been interesting to see what way Stefan was going to go, and if he'd have realised his error of ways, if it wasn't pointed out to him by the gentleman, that is Mike Gillet.
The Genty Gillet.
The Gillet.
140.
Gillet, the best a man can get.
You should watch someone like Mike Gillet and try and have that type of persona and personality about yourself.
121.
People may like you then.
Oh, does it?
There again, could Mike Gillet teach me and Scott Mitchell how to commentate? I mean, there's that as well.
60. $58.
And by the way, they should also... We go back to that moment there for Stefan a few moments ago. There's a possibility that that moment could... Possibly, if that went, he could have discombobulated. And Gillet's still in the race for Saturday night. That could have been a key pivotal turning point in terms of who gets through and who doesn't. And look, Belmont can still win 2 more matches, this one and the last, and still finish on 10 points in the group. So that actually, yes, we've spoken about the incident, but it could be more seismic than maybe what it originally may have felt it was.
I'm thinking that as much as Conan Whitehead and Adrian Gray are good friends,
Mike, you require
Conan Whitehead is very much in the Joe Croft corner for the next match. So to reduce the deficit, been a really, really enjoyable game, this one. 8-8.
75. Stefan, you require 80.
For the match. 10. 5. Does not go, and Gillet gets one more go.
8.
I was looking at 4 when he hit the treble 20. That's 4 this time for Gillet. That fat barrel doesn't help, but wow, does he use it well.
Mike Gillet.
I thought that was almost impossible, the way just to sit above that dart.
6th leg, it's Stefan to throw
Can the
first.
Swiss
Game on.
serve it out? Do you know any decent Swiss tennis players?
Mr. Roger Federer, what a player he was.
At least make it sort of funny, but...
Stan Wawrinka, he's got enough W's
94.
to make sure I get his name right.
Stan who, sorry?
Stan Wawrinka.
Can you just write it down? That might help me a bit better.
He won as many Grand Slam
60.
titles as Sir Andrew Murray. He won the French Open.
Who's who? Who did?
Stan Wawrinka.
Just write it down, please. It sounds like Countdown Conundrum here.
I can spell it for you. If you want.
123.
There's a lot of W's and one R. But yeah, he won as many Grand Slams as Andy Murray. He won an Australian Open. He won a French Open. I
85.
think he won a US Open.
There's a dart match on Henry.
You're the one who brought up Swiss tennis players.
100.
That's your next lesson. Anyway, Belmont 6 darts away from the match.
123.
Yeah, look at the angle of those darts there. Just the way that Mike plays, of course. The more traditional landing for Belmont meaning going under the treble 20.
92.
He's used the treble 18 very nicely. Another good leg here from the Swiss. He's going to go away frustrated, him. That's going to be my conclusion
95.
later.
Well,
Stefan, you
it
require
could be his
92.
second average in around the 98-99 region. 92 for the match to get over the line. Was looking for treble 16, couldn't find. Gillet has already taken out a 138 today. He may have to find a second of the session
51.
to keep his hopes not just in
Mikey
this
require
match, but in terms of
138.
qualification alive.
It was a treble 19, double 12. He's looking down again. Not to be. And it's been a splendid performance from Stefan Belmont.
100.
And to move to 8
Stefan,
points.
you require 41.
For a 4-2 win, Belmont is going to get 2 darts in hand at tops. It would be a dagger blow to Mike Gillet. And it could have just
31.
kept
Mikey
Belmont's
required
heart beating
38.
in terms of qualification. How about another last leg decider, Mike?
I think he'll go direct because of his love for tops. Or is he looking down?
2 8s. Does
30.
not go.
Stefan, you
And with
require
that
10.
could well be his qualification hopes. Belmont back for double 5. Belmont
Good
wins
shot.
on
And the
double
match,
5.
Stefan
And it is a
Belmont.
victory which puts him on to 8 points. It's a defeat that could be so costly for Mike Gillet. Belmont wins 4-2. His excellent day continues. And they have a chat about that moment in the middle of the match where Belmont miscalculated. He thought he wanted double 4 when he needed double 8. But he's got the points nonetheless. All's well but ends well for Stefan Belmont. We have still got 4 more games to go on this Friday afternoon. Agent Gray against Joe Croft is a massive match in the race of qualification. In matter of fact, the winner of the contest will be through.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
Game
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. An incredible, fascinating day, which saw so many players go into that qualifying spot. And Stefan Belmont on the back of another victory, but just a little bit too little too late. Maybe yesterday's performance, but quite simply, the winner of this game between the top two, Joe Croft and Adrian Gray, the winner of this match will be there tomorrow night and will qualify for the final. So an all to play for in this one. Joe Croft, who's had a really good day today. He's been the most consistent player against Adrian Gray, who really found his form in his final game against Matt Cast. He'll be hoping to use that performance to go into this game. But I'd expect Henry, both of them are experienced enough that they will know a victory here and they are through.
Well, both players are very experienced in this. And for Joe Croft, this is the first time that he could make it through to a final on a Saturday. He's been here a number of times before, but hasn't really been able to cross that finishing line. It's been something he has been waiting a while for. For Adrian Gray, his record here has been, well, it's been immaculate. He's made it through to Saturday night in each of his previous two appearances. He's made it through to the semi-finals when he's got there on a Saturday night.
Leg. It's Adrian to throw first.
But this would be another step in the right direction for Joe Croft. And you'd have to say, Glenn, on the balance of play today, Joe Croft probably goes into it the favoured player.
Well,
59.
You could use that as an example, but when they played each other yesterday, which you could come back and say that means absolutely nothing today, it was a routine 4-0 victory for Adrian Gray. So I am none the wiser with this game. It's been so difficult to pick a winner for every game. And again, I'm still thinking of Stefan Belmont in a sense that, you know, yesterday's cost him. And I don't care how laid back you are, he's got to look back at a real missed opportunity this week.
I can guarantee you one other thing as well. This game will not finish 4-0.
85.
Well, if it does, and it's for Joe Croft, he'll be in the final, and that does set him a mouth-watering. Is it a winner-take-all between Conan and Whitehead and
100?
Because we've had a good message there from Ego Chip, who's watching. He always puts good stuff on. If Croft wins, then Gray versus Whitehead determines second place, unless
61.
Whitehead wins 4-3 and Gillet wins 4-0.
Depends on how this game goes in terms of scoreline. So we'll cross that particular bridge when we get there.
100.
But Gray getting off to the quicker start of the pair, using the advantage of throw that he has in leg one to a perfect degree. Needs another treble here, Crofty, and that leads it first to a finish. However, you'd expect Gray to leave it much more handier.
Even though that's missed the treble, that's where he wants to be. He likes to just sit them on top and just float it above. Didn't get the weight balance on the second two darts, so you could argue it's advantage Croft, but if he goes trebleless himself,
58.
then all of a sudden it's advantage Gray. This match will no doubt flip-flop throughout.
One treble for the bull. And he needs it with dart 2. Finds it. Bullseye. A moment of excellence. And he knows how pivotal that could be. He may well see the pot of gold now, Adrian Gray. The 1-2-2 puts him one up.
First.
Yeah, let me just go back to something we mentioned, the fact that he plays regular soft tip. He said he still plays once a week. He's also
60.
I can't say that word, distributor.
Distributor.
Yeah, of soft tip as well. If you know, you can. Yeah, I guess you can go to create competitions.
100.
You can go to any parties, anything like that. So he's regularly playing on that. Meaning, I always feel when he's on the bullseye in the steel tip game, he'll always fancy his chances.
140.
Joe Croft digging in himself. This could well be a quality contest. Adrian's beginning to find something here towards the latter end of the day, and Croft playing like he has done throughout the course of Friday.
Yeah, did you see the nod of appreciation there from Adrian Grease, feeling so much better because he was poor. He was very, very poor at the start of the day. That would have been. He's clearly gone back and used that experience that you alluded to. He knows how to get through these groups. And all of a sudden, he's making the game look ridiculously easy.
140.
When it flows, and that's the case of both of these players. When the arm is swinging, when the arm is flinging,
100.
this game could be made to look so simple from this pair. He's already had the 1-2-2 as Adrian. Couldn't have the 1-2-1 as well, could he?
Yeah, just had a look at the score there of Joe Croft. Surely not again.
96. Joe, you
But
require
Croft might need a
104.
ton topper of his own to level this match up at one apiece. He's not going to find it, and so Gray's back for 2-0.
$56. Adrian, you require 25.
Well, we've been talking very positively about Adrian Gray. These are the types of moments we'll tell you exactly how he's feeling. And once again, the big number plumbing there. What a difference a couple of hours makes, because at the beginning of the day, we're like, who is this guy? He was brilliant yesterday.
Third leg, it's Adrian to throw
But once
first.
again, demonstrating that
Game on.
not to panic throughout these competitions. And he's looking good, 2 away from qualification.
Experience coming to the fore here, isn't it, for Adrian Gray?
59.
Drawing out all those years of experience that he's got. It didn't go to plan, game 1, game 2, game 3. But he was still in the equation. He was still in the
96.
mix. And he's managing to conjure up a way to keep himself in the equation and now put himself a couple of legs away from qualification again for the Conqueror.
100.
Well, if Conan Whitehead is having his Annus Horribilis, it's this result is once again exactly the same, because this is what he didn't want. He wanted a Joe Croft
96.
victory, set up a match with Adrian Gray. I'm just worried I'm sharing a house with Conan. Might not be there when I leave.
121.
He hasn't seen you since Tuesday anyway.
100.
Yeah, das ist gut. See what I did there?
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, well done, Glenn. Right, Adrian Gray, 6 starts for 2-2-1.
130.
Loves the ball.
Yeah, sensible play as well, because guaranteeing yourself either a 1-1-6 finish on this occasion by hitting the ball at 91. But good response from
Adrian, you
Croft.
require 91.
Pivotal moment of this game. What route? We've talked about his bullseye. That would have automatically guaranteed him a dart to go 3-0 up. This way it doesn't. I'm not so sure about that.
Because he's so strong on the bullseye, you'd
32.
expect him, if he's going to have 2
He
darts in hand at it, to hit it with
75.
one, whether it be the first dart or the last dart. And Croft here could punish. Double 12. In it
Game shot
goes,
on the
and Croft
third
is back
leg,
in the
Joe Croft.
contest. Gray not electing for the bullseye on the back of the 91. Didn't get an opportunity to open up a
Fourth leg, it's
3-0
Joe to
lead.
throw first.
And this game
Game on.
returns to throw.
I mean, he wasn't great in his first game, Joe Croft, but he got over the winning line. That just set him up for the day.
30.
He had a good win over Conan Whitehead, which had a bit of absolute everything. Ran into a 3-0 lead. Conan pulled it back and got over the line in that one. But all of a sudden, he then started finding his feet
45.
and beginning to get decent ratios on his doubles as well. And albeit very early in this match, he's 50% on the outer ring.
59.
And making Adrian Gray see this out.
60.
Has Croft clouded Gray's vision here?
58.
He'd be disappointed with that because there was a possibility that Joe could really swing this game back in his favour, but it feels like in this fourth leg, both players, A, know the significance of it, and B, as a consequence, are reaching just a little bit of a stalemate.
121.
Yeah, every treble. So important right now. Yeah, quite like that from Joe. I've questioned his demeanour at times, but God,
84.
does he want it. Back to the bull.
100.
I think.
Croft was praying for trouble. That single one meant that he needed two. And so Gray here has got the opportunity to get the instant break back. He's got 6 starts at 175 to open up a 3-1 lead. And pivotally as well, he'd have the darts to go through.
This has a sense of tomorrow night
47.
as well. It has a sense of like that cutthroat, winning you through, etc. I'm also just sensing at the occasion right now. Has it been too much for Joe Croft?
99. Adrian, you require 128.
Maybe plodding's unfair when you're averaging 88, but just doing what he has to do right now to stay in front.
There's a proficiency and an efficiency, but there's not going to be another bullseye.
92.
He's left himself on a double. Can Croft hit Gray back with another ton topper? No is the answer. So Adrian Gray now
Adrian, you require
looking at
36.
double 18 to break the throw of Croft and then have the darts to qualify.
Match point, you feel. At 3-1 up.
Game shot on a fourth
Winning
flag.
the best
Adrian
of 7,
Gray.
Adrian Gray. Just keeping his nose ahead. Like I said, real bounce in his step going
Fifth
there.
flag. It's Adrian to throw first.
I'm just thinking, Henry,
Game on.
has this match just been too much for Joe Croft? It makes it very interesting again for that final game with Mike Gillet, where it'll be win or bust for him.
Croft has had openings, but Gray's been able to suppress him at every
134.
tangible opportunity. And by kicking off with 2 trebles there, is forcing Croft into excellence.
95.
It's slipping away from Joe, bit by bit, brick by brick, little by little.
58.
But again, the ascendancy swings back. And back in Joe's favour.
80.
Yeah, just when I thought Joe Croft was done and dusted in this match, he's put himself 100 ahead here.
59.
And the way the comebacks have been today, I mean, who's to say we're not going to see another one? Because he is flying.
140.
He has these spurts, doesn't he, Joe Croft? And he's finding another one here, just when his back was against the wall. Adrian needs a treble here.
60.
Doesn't find one.
So you require 86.
Croft has left himself 86 after 9, and he has 6 for the break. Only needs the 3. It's a dozen darter for Joe Croft to break back. We return to 3-2, and suddenly from here, he has the darts to send us all the way.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the twists and turns. A session I don't think I'll ever forget, really. It's had a bit of absolutely
60.
everything this Group C. You don't often see... It always seems to be good Group Bs, doesn't it? Players who have come from 2nd and 3rd position in Group A. The introduction of new players.
134.
For this Group C, it's, one I won't forget.
Can I disagree with you, Glenn, for a second?
140.
Because I actually think over the last 3-4 weeks, the quality in Group C has been better than the quality in some Group Bs. And I think that's a compliment to the players that are getting invites to Group C.
61.
Because that standard has been raised massively.
But the averages in Group C over the past 4 weeks, is 79.97.
43.
And Group B is 83.16. So that analogy is incorrect, sir, statistically.
And where did you get them stats from?
I made them up.
Do you know what, Glenn?
31.
You could have a career in politics with made-up stats like that. Next slide, please. It could be next leg, please, for Joe Croft, because he's left himself first to a finish. He is hoping he's going to get 6 on 158 to take us to leg 7.
This is very, very impressive from Joe Croft. I was pretty much writing my conclusion to this game. But not with darts like this. 78 points left.
134.
Absolutely remarkable. Superb. And so many games today. The players have come from behind really, really well. And 3-1 down Joe Croft was in this game. Just a reminder of the importance, if we do go to the last leg, in this last leg, the winner of it will go through to Saturday night.
Out of 12 games today, that is the 6th to go to a last leg decider. In matter of fact, out of the 12 games we've seen so far, 11 of them have gone at least 6 legs. It has been a marathon session at the Super Series, but this is the biggest leg of the lot, because whoever can salvage leg 7 will be through to Saturday night. Gray has kicked off a 140. Croft with just the solitary treble to start, and so it's advantage to the conqueror.
Yeah, that experience that Adrian Gray, as a former professional dart player, he's been to some real big highs in his darting career. Really liking the rhythm of Joe Croft right now, however. Is that slip into the 5?
45.
Is that the major difference? Now, this match is in the palm of the hands of Adrian Gray.
Joe Croft did all the hard work to send it back to 3-3, but that hard work is being undone due to the excellence of Adrian, who has left himself on a finish after 9. And even if Croft hit a max there, he wouldn't be able to leave himself on 1. Has to find another treble.
70.
Unable to do so.
Adrian,
and so you sense now it's a matter of when, not if, Adrian Gray is going to cross the finishing line and progress through to tomorrow night's final.
46.
Yeah, I thought the 19s would have been a good shot on the second dart for Adrian Gray. Big open bed. But is there much coming back from Joe Croft? And the answer is no.
Adrian, you require
6
90.
darts from 90 for Gray. Keep it simple, he'll be telling himself.
Double 18. And Adrian Gray is into the finals again. The Conqueror has conquered Group C, and it is a hat-trick of Saturday night appearances for him. His previous 2 have yielded semi-finals. He is hoping to go a couple better this time around. Joe Croft threatened the comeback. From 3-1 it went back to 3-3, but Adrian Gray took charge of the last leg, taking it out in 14, and he is through to tomorrow night's final. And to the final round we go. We've still got 3 more matches for you on this Friday afternoon, and it kicks off with Stefan Belmont up against Matt Cast.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This job well done for Adrian Gray. It didn't start as he planned in his first 2 games, but he really did find some form. And he was up against Joe Croft, who was playing terrific darts, but that final leg was superb. And Adrian Gray has a way of getting himself to Saturday night. He can sit back, that big cue on the left-hand side to say he'll be there, but so much still to play for. We'll keep you updated as things go along, but just keep your eye on that win-loss bracket as well. Still in the hands of Joe Croft. He's in the final game with Mike Gillet. And Stefan Belmont in your picture. We'll be looking to win this game, win handsomely, and Henry just maybe have a bit of luck along the way, because it's been a crazy day, let's be honest with you.
We have seen a lot of darts on this Friday afternoon, and we may not even be close towards the most dramatic part of it. Adrian Gray can sit back, he can relax, he can kick up and look forward to Saturday night at the Super Series. But as far as the destiny for P2 is concerned, well,
First
we are
leg,
none
it's
the
Stefan to
wiser.
throw first. Game on.
We thought Belmont could be the spoiler of proceedings. He could still get on to 10 points plus 2 legs difference. And depending on what happens between Whitehead and Gray and Gillet and Croft, anything could happen.
100.
But I expect this to be another game that goes tight, that goes long. And wow, Matt Carr sees both Dart 1 and Dart 2 go out. A la Gary Anderson, a la Mervyn King last week.
20.
Well, not really, because there were 3 darts that landed out.
Where's Chris Murphy?
This was the opening game in Group C for the pair of them. And Matt Cast started absolutely super. It was a good game between them. Matt Cast must have had hopes and aspirations of qualifying for Saturday night. It hasn't really happened since then. He is sat currently in a bottom position, but like I said, that probably doesn't confirm exactly how it's gone, because a 1 big win and you can move up 2 or 3 places as well. It would be interesting to see how Matt has enjoyed it and how he then kicks on for when he comes back again to do what Adrian Gray and get qualification.
Well, Matt Cast, following this, is heading on a cruise. And at the moment, he is all at 91. Sea. As for Belmont,
100.
he may be leaving it a bit too late, but he is still just clawing away at any faint possibility. You sense he has to win this game 4-0. Has to win it 4-0 to stand any hope. And then hope that
86.
Results correlate perfectly for him.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it, for Adrian Gray now? Like I say, all them nerves, the tension, that's gone out of his body. He knows he's done the job, but still has to come back, because he still plays an integral part of this ending to this Group C. But Belmont needs a 4-0, you sense, and tops to start that perfectly well.
Game shot of first leg, Stefan Belmont.
Now Belmont will take out the tops to lead 1-0. The first
Second
step
leg, it's Matt to throw
on
first.
the ladder for him.
Game on. $81.
For Matt, this must feel like the draining end to a day which just hasn't gone to plan for him in any way, shape or form.
105.
Okay, interesting. Treble 18, Dart 2 and 3.
Yeah, he's got a few times, hasn't gone down to the 19s, but yeah, Matt has lacklustre time.
60.
Well, looks like we are going to be
43.
heading into tea time to find out who is going to make it through to the finals tomorrow. And I hope you haven't got your dinner reservation planned, Glenn, because we're going to be here for the next hour or so.
85.
To find out who is going to make it through. Be with you till probably about 6:30 tonight. And then we'll be back from 10 for the conclusion of Group C.
100.
We're all going out for tea. We just haven't told you, Henry.
That's all right. So Belmont has to win 4-0. Cast is out. Cast is out. But if he wins this leg, he'll send Stefan down with him. But Belly
140.
is fighting back.
Yeah, these are the types of finishes we expected from Belmont all week. One treble needed out the first 2 darts. He gets it with the first. He's going to get a dart for a 2-0 lead. Back to his tops.
Game shot
and that's why he used his tops. He has gone down a couple of times to use the double 16 in the combination finishing. But that's the finish he's needed.
And it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Have them finishes been all week, Stefan. He has to go back to Switzerland and look back and think mischance, because this is a competition this week. I think he had every chance.
100.
But is it, Glenn? Because if he wins 4-0, he is still at K. Outside chance. Very much understand that. Outside chance. But there's still a chance. And we saw last week that Moreno Blom needed a miracle, the like of which could only be found on 34th Street, but it came true.
Yeah, I must admit, I saw his social media and I don't think he couldn't believe he was through as well. But that's what we're getting these days. I just sense a lot of these Group C's, Group B's are getting tighter and tighter now. The quality, there's hardly much to split a lot of the players now.
It was great news for Matthew Edgar because it meant one less seed for him to worry about at the Belgian
100.
Open.
Yeah, he signed up for the Sweden Open. That is a fantastic competition. If there was a couple of BDO competitions I would like to go back at, WDF, sorry, it is Denmark, Sweden.
100.
I think the Scandinavians put on a terrific Open. Very, very professional.
Shall we play pairs next year?
I think I'm playing with Edgar. I think that was the plan, but just getting me to go there's another thing. So, Dutch Open, have you ever done it?
Tell you what, that's the one event I want to. I'd love to just be there.
Yeah, go and do it.
Why don't we get a camera crew together and we'll do a behind the scenes of the Dutch Open?
Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
We can make it. I'll tell you what, shall we go on a little trip, just me and you?
No.
98.
Well, what if he is going to win 4-0? He'd be hoping, because all of a sudden he's hit the skids here.
Matt, you require 103.
Tour 17 is not going to go. And Belmont's hopes may rely on another ton plus checkout. He nailed the 109 in the previous leg. He may need the 124 here because Cast is on double 18. He may take it out. Stefan could save his skin again if he can find double 11. Oh, it's dragged low into the double 8.
Matt, you require 32.
So just a reminder, a leg on the board for Matt Cass means Stefan Belmont and Matt Cass will be out.
On a third leg,
and then there were 4.
And so a third of the field had been cut adrift with one fell swoop of a dart.
4th leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Cass knew he was gone.
Game on.
Belmont will be heading back with him. Stefan is gone. Stefan is out. Stefan is out of here.
All right, the poor lad. Dear me, don't kick a man when he's down, Henry.
I'm a big fan of Stefan. Lovely chap.
41.
And a very good player as well. His season and his CV speaks for itself. He'll be disappointed. There's no doubt about that in terms of how.
Yeah, that's the one thing. We haven't really got to know Stefan, have we? I mean, what he's thinking. He looks like he doesn't have a care in the world
55.
about the whole situation. You can see, I mean, that walk to the board and walk back has been exactly the same from Dart 1 on Monday. He's very difficult to read. But I sense a missed opportunity.
I think he will. And I said this.
Tell you one player that has impressed me this week is Belmont looks at top. The question I'm going to ask you about the players this week, who you think has excelled, who as Belmont looks at tops for a 3-1 lead.
No score.
Not to beat, but one player I didn't give much hope. He was joint favourite, second favourite, but I think Harry Ward has been superb this week. Oh dear, oh dear.
$22. Stefan, you require 40.
And we go back for a 3-1 lead. His 8th visit to the Yockey, but he gets there in the end. The Stefan Belmont, he leads, and he's 1 away from victory.
And he'll feel as if because of the scoreline being 3-1, he has missed a major opportunity to give himself just an outside chance of progressing through. For Matt Cast, it's been the day of disaster so far.
How do you see Group B going tonight then, Henry?
140.
I'd expect Mr. Van Velzen to make his way through. Who else? Anyone's guess.
Expert punditry there from Henry Deacon.
140.
That's why I get paid the big bucks, Glenn.
So you've gone for the top of the table, the guy at the 9 darter, and couldn't be bothered answering the rest. I mean, pathetic.
44. $59.
Thomas Lovely could possibly... The doubles let him down yesterday, but if he can work on that, he's got a very good chance tonight. And, well, Nathan Gervin, I didn't quite know what to expect from him yesterday. There was moments. So, and then Harry Ward. I mean, I've gone through half the field, I know that. So I'll tell you what, I'll give you my 3. I'm gonna
just listen, no, just forget the question.
I'm going to go...
I mean, I asked you leg 1. It's like we're 4 darts away from victory. Let's see out the game first, Henry.
Van Velzen, Gervin, Ward.
You just ask me the questions and we'll get somewhere.
Well, Belmont wants 84 for the match to at least end on
45.
some kind of high. It's been a week really to forget for the Swiss. But it could end on a high. End with a plus. Tops.
64.
To have ended with a W.
Yeah, it's ended with a little bit of a damn squib for Macas, but I've enjoyed watching him today. Opened up fantastically well yesterday, just hasn't been for either of these players. I think more disappointment for Stefan Belmont, despite another victory there. He must look back and think, I was only a couple of victories away. I think the damage was done yesterday for the Swiss, but it's been a real joy to see him. Big smile on his face. I can sometimes feel a bit of a marathon week, but we will not be seeing Stefan Belmont in tomorrow night's final, but a good victory in his final game. The highlight being that 109 finish, 85 average. As we move to the penultimate game, a big game for Conan Whitehead. He plays already qualified Adrian Gray.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah,
was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series where, yeah, it's been an incredible day of ups and downs, but that man taking his darts out with a big smile on his face, Adrian Gray. He did what he needed to. He started slowly today, remember. And, yeah, I think we all anticipate that this was going to be the game of the days. It was top versus second, but for Conan, Whitehead is just been the day he'll want to forget. He had a big smile on his face when he arrived. He looked really good in practicing. He opened up, was averaging over 100 throughout his first game with Stefan Belmont. But it's out of his hands right now, and it's all in the hands of Joe Croft. He's up next. He plays Mike Gillet in the final game, and he has every opportunity. So, difficult match for the concentration levels here at Conan White. And the way he's practicing with his left hand there, who knows what's going to happen?
Well, is he
First leg,
ambidextrous? I
it's Conan to go
suppose we
first.
may find out. I'm sure
Game
once
on.
the serious stuff begins, he will kick off in his right hand.
$60.
For Conan, it's not gone to plan for Adrian.
100.
Once again, he is into a finals here at the Super Series. And he's looking and hoping that third time is the charm for him.
58.
Yeah, it doesn't have that real impact this game. You don't sense, I say we're all looking forward to this game. And like I said, and to make things work, they are really good friends away from there. And
85.
I always found them games really, really difficult. And, you know, I would rather play someone I was not close to, didn't particularly like. It was always difficult when you were playing a friend. But
43.
yeah, for Conan, I mean, how do you work out what happened today? I mean, it's quite freaky, really. He was the best player in the first 2 or 3 games and had no points. And then you could just see his mind. He just capitulated in the end.
Sometimes you just got to put it down to experience. And I imagine that's exactly what Conan will do. Well, he has at least got the opportunity to head back home to Raynham in
36.
Kent. Population surplus of 31,000, in case you're wondering. And he'll be able to go and watch his beloved Welling United in action as they kick off their campaign in the National League South
60.
tomorrow. And he'll be able to head to their home ground, the J. Hurdham Skip Hire Community Stadium, as they take on Averley on the opening day of the season.
41.
Averley, actually, a side you could see in the National League before too long. They're doing a very good job down there.
Riveting.
Welling could be in for a long season, I've got to say.
I mean, honestly, I thought I was here to
140.
commentate on darts. Honestly, it's... yeah. Should really have gone
55.
downstairs with a second dart and
Adrian, you require
263.
86.
Sense his mind's in a bit of a haze, and Gray could make it even grayer. But he cannot
70.
convert, but he is going to have time.
Yeah, it was a very, very solid start to Group C campaign for Adrian Gray. This was the first game between them. Averaged over 90 early yesterday afternoon.
Adrian, you require
Can
16.
he bookend his Group C campaign with wins over Conan Whitehead? Double 8 for a 1-0 lead.
No score.
Surely, but surely not.
108.
And Whitehead could nick this leg if he can find 108. It would be a steal.
Well, I like that reaction there from Conan. I had the fear there that it's just been too much for him today. The frustration will be bursting out of him, and it's easy for people to sit there and just, well, it's a different game. He was desperate to be tomorrow. And it's not looking like it's going to be the case right now. I mean, Joe Croft, if
Second leg, it's
Adrian Gray wins this game,
game on.
he'll be one happy man.
Just has to find that solitary leg against Mike Gillet. So Stefan Belmont's finished on 10 points plus 1. Joe Croft on 10 points plus 4. So only a 4-0 defeat will send Croft crashing out.
$41. $80. $40.
Another bounce out. The bounce out cam has had some work to do this week.
$100.
Yeah, Croft and Gillet involved in the last game. Of course, Gillet can get to +2 and 10 points.
81.
It's an interesting end to our day's play here at the Live Lounge in Port. So that's why I love a Saturday, because it's knockout stuff. You don't have to worry about permutations.
I must admit, when I walked into the venue today, didn't think it was going to go down to the final game between Joe Croft and Mike Gillet. I thought this game would have had more meaning. How wrong we were today. Nothing Gray can do on 159 apart from put pressure on the 36 from Conan.
127. Conan, you require 36.
For a breaker throw.
Game shot on the
Conan
second
Whitehead
leg.
back
Conan
in this
Whitehead.
match. Where have you been, he said.
13 data, and they've been the types of legs that at the beginning of the day were beginning
Third
to
leg,
fall,
it's
but
Conan to throw
the chips
first.
went down very
Game on.
quickly, and as may well be his hopes. But still lurking around is Whitehead. If he
62.
wins, he'd move on to 10 points. If he wins 4-3, he'd be on +3. If he can win 4-2, he'd be on +4. And if he can win 4-1, he'd be on
66.
+5. He could still get away with this. And it would be the get out of
41.
jail free card and an Escapology Act that not even the Shawshank Redemption could have come up with.
I think there'd only be one winner tomorrow night if Conan Whitehead gets to. I mean, look at him there. He has no clue about the permutations. He's just, can we start the day again? All the work was done yesterday. 4 wins out of 5. Looked good this morning. Started well. And then that fight back
81.
from Stefan Belmont. That was the moment for him, and he hasn't recovered.
And usually days just swing on one moment, and it was that 4-3 defeat to Belmont. And he looked in so much control at 3-1 up, but he just couldn't close that game out. And from that point onwards, everybody else has been chasing and chasing to the point where they've overtook. But this is not a good game.
82.
And Whitehead must be thinking, if I can have a good 5 minutes here, I can claw something out. I can claw something tangible out. And just say to Joe and Mike that maybe there is still a chance I can make it through.
And I don't think Adrian Gray wants to go into tomorrow on the back of a disappointing performance, but that 180 there, and dare I say the Bob Anderson finger point as well.
55. Adrian, you require
6 darts
154.
from 154 to get the break and to move 2-1 in front.
$54.
Leaves himself square to the ton. Whitehead would love a 140 about now.
I think he's been searching from him
60.
early doors, hasn't he?
Adrian, you
The
require
scoring was so
100.
easy for him. And Adrian Gray, the spark for him was he really started to find his doubles. May need 2 on this combination. It was a pretty conservative dart at the tops.
60.
He'd hope to
Conan,
be
you
back.
require 120.
Well, this would be the spark. Tops. Well, that's the spark,
Game
all
shot on the
right.
third leg. Conan
And just like
Whitehead.
that, Whitehead has found something tangible. And just like that, Whitehead is still living and
Fourth
breathing
leg,
in
it's
this
Adrian
contest to
throw
make it
first.
through.
I
Game
think
on.
he thinks it's all over. Now, I'm not so sure he thinks there's a permutation where he can still qualify.
$60.
I don't think I've ever seen someone be. I can't get a better word than unlucky. There's another word I'm searching for, but
97.
everything was just so right, wasn't it? I mean, just people started playing well, hitting doubles against him.
It's transpired against him, hasn't it?
41.
And sometimes when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And sometimes when it's not, it's not. And we can have all the pen and paper and
85.
all the stats and numbers we want. Sometimes sport is just down to as simple and cutthroat as it was just not meant to happen.
Yeah, you start thinking of the winner of Group A already. Bradley Brooks, I wonder what he's been doing the past couple of
45.
days. So many players they've made the mistake of just staying in the hotel room for 2 days.
Well, mind you, he's in Portsmouth. I wouldn't blame him if he did want to spend 2 days in a hotel.
137.
But he does have friends down, does Bradley. He does have people with him. So he has got company. So it's not as if he's just sat in a hotel room wandering and
140.
twiddling his thumbs for a couple of days. He's got people alongside him which he can go out, maybe have a couple of meals or enjoy the seafront or just have a good day out with.
94.
Have you got friends, Henry?
I've got a friend.
$125. Conan, you require 88.
Well, it was a 120 finish in the last. Treble 17 is going to need if he's going to have another combination. Gets that for a 3-1 lead. Double 16.
56.
Would have rattled the
Adrian,
game
you
in his
require
favour.
90.
Gray comes back for 90. May just get a dart of the bullseye.
Well, we have spoken about how good he is on the ball, how aggressive he is in the treble 20. Usually so good in the centre.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Adrian Gray.
2-2, and again on the bullseye, Adrian Gray comes up trumps. There is perhaps an argument that
Fifth leg. It's Conan to throw
playing
first.
safe for the single
Game
20, he'd have a better chance of hitting the bullseye than he would the double 5 if he found the treble. And so to 2-2.
58.
Who would you say is the best bull hitter in the world of darts? Because I was asked a question once at a random exhibition, and with one dart in the hand and your mortgage was on it,
9.
we've got a 9. Gerwin Price. Honestly, when the chips are down and he needs a bullseye in high pressure situation,
58.
I'd give my dart to Price.
Don't know, I know plenty of them in darts, put it that way.
So sitting on the fence again. Right, excellent. Just ask me the questions, Henry.
96.
We're getting to a stage now where there's no point asking you, is there?
Okay, who would you have on double 16 then?
81.
Me.
And apparently it's all about myself, everybody.
Well, you've asked me a question, I'm giving you an answer. I didn't ask the question about me.
140.
Oh, does it? Me. Anyway, back to the Modus Super Series. It's not about us, Glenn. It's about the darts in front of us. And that's a 140 for Whitehead to leave himself first to a finish, to move 3-2 to the good in this potentially pivotal game for him.
Yeah, there's that wry smile from Gray, because I think what he's saying to himself is, when you're beginning to doubt me, when it looks like I've lost a leg, I can bring out a big score. But then Conan Whitehead will say, well, hold my coat.
130.
Because I was about to say, there's your 164.
76.
Well, Conan says hold your coat. If Gray takes this, he may need to get his jacket. 8-8, 14 darter, Gray breaks. And that could be a heartbreaker for Conan Whitehead. Gray has the darts to move on to 14 points and to send Whitehead home.
Game on.
Yes, he ain't looking at the camera now, is he? I feel your pain, Conan. I can't explain it. But it all sort of went wrong after that opening game when you were looking so good against Stefan Belmont. And
41.
it's been a bit of a disaster since then, and a potential 5 losses today. Who'd have thought that, Henry?
Oh, no, Co.
100.
7 from 9 he was prior to this. And remember, prior to this week, out of those 9 appearances, he'd won 3 times. A third of the weeks, including a Champions Week.
45.
I don't think that's why he looks so disappointed. It's a highlight for him now. Huge prize. He knows he has the scoring power to beat anyone on his day. He's a proven winner here.
177.
And I think that's why it hurts.
When you've won something, and you've won a lot, all jokes aside, you've won a lot in your career, Glenn. Does it hurt more when you lose in a tournament that you've won in the past because you feel like you've got a reputation to do it again?
My mind goes to the World Masters when I lost to Adam Smith-Neale and Christoph Ratajski.
125.
Christoph Ratajski was unknown at that point, and Adam Smith-Neale to this day is my second most disappointing loss behind Scott Waite at Lakeside. So yes,
93.
and for a lot of amateur players now, you know, the World Masters isn't the priority. The Dutch Open is, you know, it's the Modus Super Series is what players want to win now, and to get in that illustrious list of players, and 25 grand sets you up to go to Q school. It sets you up for maybe time off work.
Things are getting serious. Things
99.
almost got sublime for Whitehead. But he is going to come back for 32 to tee up another last leg decider. Well, it's been now the 8th for the day.
40. Going in, you require 32.
Double 16. No pressure on it, but that dart is not kind, nor is that.
Well, he threw the dart of the day from round about here. He's done this already today. What an angle that is.
No score.
That was closer than it looked in the air.
However, he's going to get 3 more clear in the hand. Double 16 to take us all the way.
32.
Now double 8. Cannot afford to keep missing. And he won't keep missing. And Co will take us all the way. This is either
7 from final leg.
game on or game over for Whitehead. He wins this leg, he is just in with a sniff. If he loses it, he's gone. It's knockout. It's knockout darts for the former champion, whose hopes are dangling on a cliff edge.
Like you said, if Conan Whitehead qualifies for this, it'd be extraordinary. Not the start he wanted in one night when he turned round. Co is one of those players who watches the opponent starts
140.
going. And he won't like that.
What can he dig out? What can he draw out? The gas tank must be close to empty
96.
now. He must be on the reserve tank. But can he just conjure up one more moment of magic and then hope? And then hope that game number 15 heralds what he needs. And for the
100.
Barbarian, it would be a miracle route to Saturday night. But if he could get there, if he could find a way, he would be a severe threat. But the threat in this leg is from Adrian Gray, who has the darts, has taken it.
Yeah, 3-3, scores are level, averages are level. There's been nothing to separate these two. He needs a treble to leave a finish.
$81.
Conan went for a timeout there. Accidentally dropped his dart, and he may as well kept the dart on the floor.
41.
I'll tell him then, big man. Now you've got the mic in your hand, I'll tell him. I'm not saying I played bad at the Modus Super Series, but I threw a dart on the floor and missed.
$85.
I was about to say, no sense of missing from Adrian Gray. He's 95 points away to knock out his good friend.
Needed another, you felt.
Adrian, you require 95.
So Adrian Gray to finish top of the group and to send the former champion home. Went ball first. And so guarantees a dart at double 16. And Conan Whitehead, the former champion, is out. The first ever champion is out. And Adrian Gray will guarantee top spot in Group C and will guarantee a better path when it comes to Saturday night. And so it all comes down to the last game. It all comes down to Croft and Gillet. It all comes down to them. And it comes down to it all after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's the final game of Group C, and what an exhilarating, enthralling session we have seen. And it all comes down to its very last game. It's been a day littered with tension, drama, and games going deep. And it is as simple as this. Joe Croft needs one leg to make his way through to tomorrow night's final. Gillet can only go through with a 4-0 win. After all that, and after all that tension, Glenn, it's actually rather simple, isn't it?
First leg.
I'm just wondering, do you think the players know that?
Yeah.
Game on.
Oh dear, yeah. I think there's experience there with Gray and Conan, and the fact that Joe has the darts could be really important as well. But
96.
you know, if you're going to win a week at the Modus Super Series, if someone offered you the chance of you need a leg in your last game in Group C, you'd snap your hands off. But subconsciously, your brain doesn't tell you that.
100.
You'll hear that saying that the next leg, the winning leg, is the hardest one to win. But his throw, his rhythm, it looks good. He should be good enough to do a job here.
30.
And important from the perspective that he only needs one leg to make it through. The match actually is an irrelevance because he can't finish top of the group.
100.
So he just needs the one leg and it's done.
Yeah. A tight game between him yesterday. No surprise that he's been with us all day today. So
100.
thanks for staying with us. But yeah, this game yesterday ended 4-3.
It wasn't a classic either. Croft missed 16
85.
darts at a double. Gillet missed 14 himself. Missed 30 darts at a double, the pair in this game yesterday.
85.
But what are we going to see from our final match of the session?
85.
Croft only needs the one leg, and he's going about it okay.
85.
Slip for the last
Mike, you require
is not desired, and so
131.
Gillet 131. He's already had a 138 today. Needs another big one to keep himself in the equation. Not going to go.
Yeah, you sense he has to be immaculate in this game. And those things going against you.
46. Joe, you require 105.
For qualification.
65. Mike, you require 85.
This to save qualification. And Joe 15. That leaves 83. Double 17, double 16 will be the route for Gillet. But he ain't going to hit it. And his luck might be out
49.
now.
Joe, you
And it's
require
no
40.
sign to look for Joe Croft. The situation is clear. This tops. And he will join Adrian Gray tomorrow night. Those darts are almost perfect. Are the two good?
No score.
Put
Mike,
in
you
a straight
require
line, but couldn't find a
36.
way through.
Well, if he loses this game 4-3, I think that'll be his profile picture for a long, long time.
Game shot on the first
Gillet
leg.
breaks.
Mike
Remember,
Gillet.
he needs 4-0. And so as a consequence, he has evaded 4 bullets.
Second leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, patience. Don't panic just now, Joe. I'm certain you're going to get more chances. No reaction there
97.
from Mike Gillet, like I said. For the fear of repeating ourselves, one of the good guys. But just the way this Group C's gone, who knows if we're going to have one
96.
twist. One more twist on this roller coaster of a Group C.
It's a what?
84.
Have you heard of a roller coaster?
I've never heard. No, I can't pronounce it. So no, of course I haven't. Can't say roller coaster.
85.
This has been a roller coaster.
Anyway, Glenn, who's going to find the green grass of home and a place in tomorrow night's final?
100.
Well, I must admit, it'd be nice for it to go to 3-0, wouldn't it? And then let's have a last leg decide and see what happens. But
85.
What Glenn means by last leg decider is if it goes 3-0 Gillet, Mike wins 4-0, then he's through. And if Croft makes it 3-1, he's through.
I tell you what, job done so far for Gillet. You know, he's broke the throw at Croft.
85.
He's
Mike,
on
you
that
require
type of finish
80.
we've been speaking about an awful lot. These are the types of finishes that players should be practicing on. Double 10 for a 2-0 lead.
60.
How?
Joe, you require 150.
How is it not snuck through? And this could send Croft through. But he's not going to take out the 150. He is going to leave it handy. Gillet has to get.
134. Mike, you require 20.
This has to go, remember. This has to go, remember.
No score.
It
Joe, you
doesn't.
require 16.
And so Crofty's on qualification point.
There'd be no surprise to me Oh my.
No score.
I was about to say, be no surprise if he goes to a
required
double
20.
four, because he's been superb on that. Is he feeling it? Oh, yes, he is.
Gillet's 2 up, but he has dodged 6 darts against him to go out.
Look how fidgety Joe is behind. Look at the body movement there, drying his hands, chatting away to himself. That's where, you know, when there's a crowd and you look over to your family and your family is saying, just calm it down.
Game on.
He's shaking his head. He's in a fabulous position right now. But that's where the negativity comes through. He's serving out for the game. Just remember, keep it simple, Joe.
In snooker, they call this position Shredsville.
Yeah, but that treble there means he's still favourite. Well, Gillet's not one for reputations. Come on, he says to himself.
97.
And every time that maybe Croft's just thinking, I've got this. Gillet's finding in the speed that Croft is getting to the hockey.
97.
He's like a man who's playing a match of darts with a bus to catch 5 minutes after.
60.
Look how quick he is. He hasn't even got the darts out, so Gillet's having to bob down. I would take my darts out slowly if I was Gillet.
95.
Crofty's racing to the hockey bin. May well be racing away with this leg that he needs to send himself into tomorrow night's final.
57.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Gillet. Maybe his chance is just beginning to evaporate. You can see he's ducking there.
78.
He ain't thinking great, because if that was a single 19, he leaves 169, Henry. However, what a position Joe Croft is in. He's missed 6 darts already for qualification, remember.
131.
6 darts and 131. Just laid up nicely. Beautifully well done. Now come on, Mr. Gillet. 2 treble visit here.
Has to apply ample pressure. He's not going to.
100.
Great last dart, but Croft's chance comes again.
That's wild. This is nasty.
30.
This is incredible stuff. You can cut the tension with a knife, and look at that. That's what this game does to you.
Croft is at boiling point. He was almost
60.
at break point because Gillet nearly broke again. He's missed 9 darts.
10.
He's 10 points away. And with dart 10 at a double, can he finally go through?
It's 10 points away.
Game shot on a third
Joe
leg.
Croft
Joe
does
Croft.
eventually reach another Saturday night final. He will join Adrian Gray from this incredible Group C on the back of a missed opportunity there from Mike Gillet. He wanted 92 points. He hit the sweetest treble 20. Joe Croft couldn't look at the double 16. Mike
60.
Gillet. The reactions aren't telling me they knew the situation there, because Joe Croft it didn't really celebrate the double going in.
90.
I'm not so sure he knows that one leg's enough.
Well, Croft is in. We know that now. Well, this is the table. This is how the table looks. And as you can see, Adrian Gray through 10 points, 14 points plus 7. Croft 10 points plus 3. Belmont 10 points plus 1. Even if it went down to them being on plus 1, Croft would be through as a result. So
140.
that is how it all looks.
Yeah, we may get Joe to chat to later, or before tomorrow. It'll be interesting to find out, did he know he was through? Because you can just see Gillet saying, come on, he's motivating himself. Does he think he's still in with a chance? Bullseye's a decent shot with the last.
53. Joe, you require 110.
The only thing I can think of is the element of the +1/+1. It's the only thing I can think of. I reckon if he gets to 2, you'll definitely see a celebration. Because I don't think that they'd be that
54.
well informed to know the +1 situation unless they asked, which they can do.
$25. Joe, you require 56.
For a level game.
36. Mike, you require 83.
Well, this is a 3-1.
Well, that's the most animation you're going to get from Mike Gillet ever. We need 2 tops. There's one.
63.
And I know for sure because
Joe,
he
you
couldn't
require
look, Joe
20.
Croft, there. He could not look.
Well, he has to look now, and he looks at double 10 for 2-2. Double 5.
15.
Inside.
Mike, you require
And he knows.
20.
He does not know. Well, we know that he doesn't know. What do we know about this double 10? Double 5. In it goes. It's 3-1. And Croft in the back of his mind, unaware of the situation, is going for the mill. You think you know, but you don't know, Crofty. You're through.
Game on.
Is that another song you threw in there, is it?
Yeah, the band ain't as good as the other ones, though.
60.
I actually went to see that band with Owen Binks in Dublin. He's my one friend in darts.
Can we just stick to the darts, please, Henry? It's an
100.
incredibly important moment of this Group C campaign, and
Is that because Joe Croft thinks he's not through, even though he is through?
it's fascinating to watch.
140.
It's fascinating to watch, and I'm not interested in your Coldplay stories.
It's not Coldplay. I wouldn't stoop to that low.
85.
I'm also thinking, you know, if we do speak with Joe,
100.
he might walk off the stage like, throw the darts out. I can't believe I've thrown this away. And then to be told, can you come and do an interview? I mean, all those things are going through my mind right now because he's not shown anything for me to confirm that he knows he's through.
Well, look at him. He's deep in the mix of battle.
140.
I think there'll be a letter if he gets to 61. I think he thinks he needs 2 legs.
It'll feel like a let off. That's what it'll feel like because it's just been a
105.
funny old
Joey
day.
requires 61.
Anything strange that could have happened has happened. It's double 18. This isn't to send Joe Croft through, but he'll celebrate like he's through.
Leg, Joe Croft.
He was through a leg ago, but he knows for certain now.
And Gillet's just
Sick leg. It's
fist
Mike
pumped
to
him
throw
there. So
first.
again, we could have had that
Game on.
scenario of Mike Gillet winning 4-1, him letting off some emotion to be told you didn't qualify.
And we know what it's like when you think you've hit the winning double to do
83.
something tangible and then it not to be the case, Glenn.
Isle of Man 2017.
96.
Back in the days when you were winning things, Glenn.
85.
Do you feel a bit of a fraud sat there commentating on this when you've never won anything in your life?
Hey, I've won a couple of
100.
awards.
Like what?
The meat raffle. Actually, I did win an award when I was 17.
Can we just focus on the darts, please?
70.
Don't ask me questions then.
I'm just asking a question. Do you feel a fraud that you've never thrown a dart and you've thrown abuse at me in a critical part of this moment?
92.
Just when, all I was doing was trying to teach you, Glenn. That was all.
Well, that's a wild dart from Gillet.
64.
It's handed the leg back to Joe Croft.
Can I ask you a sensible question when I know I'm going to get a good answer from you?
Go on.
Do you think Joe Croft has a good chance tomorrow night?
I think it depends on what
59.
his mindset is tomorrow night. If he's on the defense, I'd say no. But if he goes out and explores the opportunity, I would say yes. He's in with a sniff, that's for sure.
137.
He just has to
Joey
sort his
require
doubles out.
154. 58. Mike, you require 62.
Well, this to win 4-2. Both players definitely know they're not. Well, Joe Croft's still in the background lurking away. Gillet would have won the match there, but he wouldn't have won the war there.
Good spot there, Henry. He's all over the place, Joe. I don't think he even knows now he's through.
Game shot on a sixth
Maybe
leg,
now?
Joe Croft.
I just don't know. I think you could ask Joe Croft his name, and I don't think he'd give you an answer.
7th and final leg.
I reckon they think it's a knockout.
First. Game on.
I don't know. I just do not know. Have they both misread it?
96.
I'm going to be honest, Glenn. I pass. I'm confused.
Like I said, there is a TV in the players area, and I was just thinking with Conan, with Adrian Gray, with the experience that's in there. Oh, are there two players? Look, I don't want to know. Don't tell me I'm going out to play to win.
81.
But it's created fascinating viewing.
I mean, Joe Croft plays with an edge anyway.
58.
And we are going to see a lot of Joe Croft in pressure matches towards the end of the year. He's going to be at the Global Championship. He's going to be at the Tour Championship.
140.
In November. And he's going to be into finals night.
Start downstairs on a 303.
57.
Are there darts that Mike Gillet uses that he's used for many, many years? They look like an old tungsten, don't they?
136.
Certainly the setup hasn't changed over the amount of time I've known Mike. But for Joe Croft, expect a let out of a lot of pent-up emotions if he pins this 48. Double 16. And now double 8.
32.
But that's the area of the game. If he is to do well tomorrow night, and I'm delighted he's there tomorrow. That famous surname, that famous family in darts. He'll have 96. A lot of pressure when he throws. But this for victory.
2 8s.
Game shot. And the
relief
Joe Croft.
For Joe Croft. He only needed the one leg to go through. He's now got the win. He beats Mike Gillet by 4 legs to 3 in the final game of what has been a marathon session here at the Modus Super Series. A lot of games going tight, a lot of games going close, a lot of games going for free. And the last of which has been won by Joe Croft. He gets the better of Mike Gillet. That's the final game. A nice embrace between the pair. Gillet will depart, Croft will head through. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined in the studio by seemingly the most relieved man in Portsmouth right now, Joe Croft. First and foremost, did you know in that last game you only needed the one leg to go through?
Yeah, I knew that. I see Stefan was sneaking in the background. But like I said, for personal reasons, I was getting a lot of bad messages on Facebook over my performances this week. And it was a bit of relief for there, because that was sort of have that in a way, do you know what I mean? So I just wanted to give it back to him in a different way, you know what I mean? So
did it almost feel like you had to prove a point then beyond yourself?
Yeah, it was a personal thing. But but like I said, I used that as a bit of fire today, and in the right places.
Then let me tell you something. You can read 99 fantastic messages, and you can read the one that really hurts you. And do me a favour from today, and use that as a motivation in a way. Let it put the fire in your belly, because you're the one that's up there.
Yeah.
You're the one that's doing it. I'm fascinated with your story because of the surname. So every time any of my family are playing, the surname can be a hindrance there. You've done yourself and your family real credit there. And don't ever let anyone on social media say anything, because they aren't up there. You're doing it and they're just jealous.
I appreciate it, mate.
Let's talk about today, because it was a bit of a wild ride. Let's talk through it kind of chronologically, because you must have felt 4 points overnight. You needed to get off to a fast start, and that was exactly what you did.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I felt, again, I should have won more than I did, you know. Them things around the outside that I can't hit. Mm-hmm. I've done it all right today, you know what I mean? But yeah, I knew how to put it right today. And I came in with a completely different mindset, more of a determined mindset more than anything. And a chilled, determined mindset. And to be fair, I proved what I can do in these places, but I'm still not there.
It was a bizarre group. I mean, to commentate on something, the way that it just went from one player to the next, and the whole Conan Whitehead story, where he must have thought overnight he'd pretty much done all the work there. But yeah, I mean, the doubles, we had a conversation right in your last game there. I asked Henry, you know, what it takes is, I mean, the doubles are there whenever you want it. I like your motivation. I like the way that you've got a beautiful rhythm to your game. I think that to your detriment, in the very first game on Monday, a game you were in control of that you'd end up losing, that seemed to affect you, not, you know, for the next few games. So maybe get your mind a little bit more positively there. But I think you've got a really, really dangerous game. You're a big scorer, and like you say, if you can find them doubles as well tomorrow night, go for it.
Are you a player that plays better with edge? Because if you look at your 2024, really good on the ADC Tour Championship. There's been some good results. That's obviously won the Riley's qualifier to get to the UK Open. But maybe here, because it's a round-robin format, have we not seen the better? Are you a player that plays better when you feel like there's more of a knockout situation on the line?
I'd probably say yeah. I find it easier to sort of zone in a louder environment. Mm-hmm. So any little noise, you drop a flight, you can hear it, you know, and any little noise, I'm like, oh, what was that? Do you know what I mean? And I think I focus more when there's a crowd, because I know that there's going to be noise in the background and I can still zone in on where I need to be. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, when it comes to a knockout situation, I'm a lot more confident, because I know what's at stake. You know, you feel like you've got another chance with round robins.
Yeah. Have you got family, friends coming tomorrow as well?
No, I'd like to say, yeah. I think my dad's coming. Yeah. My mum and dad are coming. And I know Leslie and Graham Innes are coming as well. They're all part of the, back in the day, BDO days. But yeah, they're hopefully they'll all be coming, and a few more. And unfortunately, I missed Steve and Michelle's wedding, which I'm gutted. But again, I've got to think about myself, you know. So I do wish them all the congrats in the world.
If there's one thing we know about Steve and Michelle, they will not mind because of what you're doing. So also, by the way, all the best to Steve and Michelle. Hell of that tomorrow. We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Joe. We're just going to have a quick chat with Glenn in regards to the league standings, because Joe made it through alongside Adrian Gray, who got off to the worst possible start, but managed to find a way of making it through in the end.
He had a disastrous start, and then halfway through a game, he was not playing well. He just suddenly found the afterburners, and he played with a bit of a smile on his face. He had that wry smile because he knew he was winning legs, but not playing well. He did a low 1, treble 20. You know, he was doing things that he wasn't really happy the way his game was at. But I think he was a deserved winner over the past 2 days. But look, it's just about getting to Saturday night. The competition for Adrian, you know, will start now, and along with Joe, it's a nice blend with Bradley Brooks.
Conan Whitehead, what must he be feeling right now?
I mean, genuinely, I don't know, because he has the experience, he has the firepower, he's got, you know, everything that he loves. The Modus Super Series. It was a shock to me. It was probably a shock to you. And I think at times he was shell-shocked through there, because he just couldn't believe what was happening. And remember, he started fantastically well, averaging over 100 and losing games, looking good. And then all of a sudden, you know, he was falling apart on the stage there. And we lived sort of every dart with him through there. Yeah, it'll be a tough night for Conan.
But Joe, you don't have to worry about that. You're through. You're into Saturday night. You've achieved so much this year, particularly on that ADC circuit. But where would a successful Saturday evening compare and contrast to what you've done so far this year?
It's got to be up there. You know, I set a target of actually getting to a Saturday, and I've done it. You know, I've hit another target that I've set myself. I think it was Nico the other day. He said about, I've been here. This is my fourth or fifth time. I can't remember now. And I've only made one finals night, and I was ill that night as well. So although I had the record to get through into the semi-final the quickest, but it was a blur. I can't remember it. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like fine. I'm not ill. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
It feels like this could be the beginning of a big end to the year for yourself, particularly in this building, because you're going to be here for the Tour Championship finals. Yeah. You're going to be here for the ADC Global Championship. There's a possibility that 2024 could be a very profitable year for yourself. Yeah,
I'd like to think so. But for me, it's not about the money. I'm not playing for the money. I'm playing because I love the game. I'm playing because I enjoy it. And to be fair, like I said, I say it every single time. Everyone talks about me being a Croft and my granddad's name, and I want to. My own name means more to me. I'm proud of what he done and everything, but my own name is what I want to make in the game. I don't want to live off my family's name.
How difficult is that, particularly, I suppose, when it manages pressure? Because I suppose there's a lot of people that can come into the sport and maybe just free roll a little bit. Do you feel like there's an extra tag attached to you because of that?
I mean, me personally, I don't see it. I can see why people see it's an added pressure. But then I look at it as a positive, and I feel people are playing me because of my granddad and a name who I am. And I do think sometimes that gets you through games, but then I also think that people step up their game against you, you know. So, but for me, I don't see it as that, you know. I don't, like I said, I'm very proud of what he's done, but it's me. I'm the one throwing the darts, so it's just me making my own name.
You're building your own legacy and doing it very, very well. Joe, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Glenn, I've absolutely enjoyed working with you this week. It's always a pleasure. Shall we do it again soon?
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever forget that Group C, will we? I mean, it had so much ups and downs, but just listening to Joe there, you can feel the emotion in his voice, and good luck to the lad tomorrow night.
Don't be a stranger. Not too many nasty treats. Joe, we'll see you tomorrow night. We'll see you later on this evening. It's going to be Chris Murphy in the chair from 10 p.m. this evening. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was a golden day for Gray, whilst Croft also shines. Bye from us.